Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Hey there, Hacker Frogs. It's me, the Shy Hat, and we're doing Hacker Frogs After School today. We're doing Hacker Frogs free hacking. We're hacking all the things. All right, so everybody, let's talk about what we're going to be covering in today's stream. Just a second, I need to change a couple of the overlays because I need to make sure that they match. So let's see. TryHackMe Sherlock's. Oh, that was a bit of a misnomer. Just a second. We're doing Rabbit Store today. At least I think we are. All right. So everybody. So typically during these streams we do 4 different topics, and we do about an hour of most of them, and 2.5 hours of another one. Well, what are we doing today? We're going to be starting with our favorite CTF game, Hack the Web. It's a German CTF capture the flag game, and it's over at hack.arg.de. So that's the first hour of today's stream. And the second hour of today's stream, we're going to be finishing off HackerFrogs After School Digital Forensics with session number 8. We're going to be covering more of our memory image forensics over there, and we're going to be doing it through TryHackMe. So look forward to that, and that's the second hour of today's stream. In the third hour, we're going to be doing Portswigger. Portswigger is the place to learn about web app security concepts, and today we're going to be taking a look at server-side request forgery, SSRF, because we recently encountered it in a challenge, and we're going to try to learn more about server-side request forgery, what it is, and hopefully solve some labs. So we're going to be doing that in the third hour, and in the fourth hour we're going to be doing Rabbit Store. So Rabbit Store is a challenge from TryHackMe that we've already spent a few hours on, and hopefully we'll be finishing it off today. So without further ado, let's start into our first topic, and we'll be doing that for about 60 minutes. Let me put some time on the clock, and then we can get started. Okay, so the game we're playing is called Hack the Web. It's located at this link over here. I'll just give it to everybody in case they want to join along with us. If you want to log onto the website without making an account, you can use these credentials here. So username demo and password HTW123. Of course, so once you're logged into the website, you will have you're gonna have a big web of different challenges you can try. You start with the start challenge over here, and then after you solve that one, you get access to more and more challenges. So we've solved most. Well, I'm gonna say that we've solved something like 80% of all the challenges on the website, and we've been keeping track of them over here. So we've got a bunch of walkthroughs for these challenges over here. And I highly recommend to people who are getting into cybersecurity to document all of the exercises that they finish. If you didn't document it, it didn't happen. That's something we say in cybersecurity. And in this case, what you want to do is you want to keep track of all the challenges that you've done in case you come across another challenge that has the same concept. So if that happens, you can always look on your notes from an earlier challenge that have something that is similar, and then you can more easily solve the new challenge. So let's go ahead and choose a challenge to solve over at Hack the Web. And we've got this section over here. This is the community area, and I think what we're going to do is we're going to cover some. Jbad says, is it more easy to write a write-up or just make a video and post it? Well, I think if you recorded yourself doing the thing, then well, I'm going to say that it's probably easier to do a write-up. If you do a video and record it, and you're not really sure about how you solve the challenge, and you just record yourself like floundering and just kind of like fumbling through the thing, it's not really going to be too useful to you. And it's a lot easier to read a write-up. It's a lot faster to read a write-up than to look at a video if you want to reference it again. But that's just my opinion. But let's go ahead and start up some music, because you know what? We can. So let's do some StarCraft. Okay, I just want to make sure it's not too loud. And let's try the Lost challenge. Actually, wait, this challenge is a funny name. It's called Honey Morello. Let's click on that. Okay, what the heck? We've got a poem or something. Alright, so this is the link for the challenge. And we're going to start our little write-up for the challenge as well, so that we can fill it in after we finished it. So that's kind of optimistic of us, but what's the challenge number? 354? Honey Morello? Okay, so for each one of these challenges, we want to record a couple of different things, such as the URL of the challenge, the category it would fall under if it was a regular capture the flag challenge, the concept we need to understand to finish the challenge, and the method of solving the challenge. Okay, so we've got the URL, and let's go ahead and start the challenge then. Okay, so, well, we've got a poem. I'm pretty sure the contents of the poem aren't really super relevant to solving the challenge, because there's this script over here. It says, sometimes the message is hidden in invisible characters. So invisible characters. So highlighting the poem doesn't exactly do too much. How about we take a look at the source code? So we view the page source, and we take a look. Okay, and sometimes the message is hidden in invisible characters. So where would the invisible characters be? Here. I mean, I don't see any invisible characters. I don't see any invisible characters in the paragraph here. So the rest of the web page doesn't really. How about we just do a little Google search? Chris, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Let's see. HT web page invisible characters. Okay, what's this concept? Invisible characters on a web page are Unicode symbols that are non-visible to the human eye but are treated as actual characters by computers, affecting text layout and behavior. Okay. So whitespace characters, they're also non-breaking space and line breaks, zero width characters. These characters occupy no visible space. Okay, so I think what we could do is we could go back to the web page and we can just highlight everything. We'll highlight everything over here, and then we'll copy it, and then we'll paste it in a text file. So we got text editor over here, invisible.txt. Just paste in all this stuff and save it, and then we can take a look at the bytes of the file using the XXD program. Okay, so we've got all of these characters here, and then a line break, but I wonder... These are all the same characters, though. These are repeated over and over again for each one of these. So there's an E2 byte, there's a 80 byte, an 8B byte, etc., etc. So is what we need to do, we need to eliminate all of the non-invisible characters and then do something to them? Okay, so Alright, let's go back. Common uses. Unique usernames. How to detect them. Invisible characters can cause data with data import searching, filtering, and general document formatting. To reveal them, use text editors. Applications like Microsoft Word or Google Docs have an option to show non-printing characters. Online tools. You can use online viewers to paste your text to see a breakdown of all the Unicode characters present. So let's see. I wonder if there's a web page that we can paste into. Okay, there's a list of invisible Unicode characters, and they've got a list of them over here. Non-printable Unicode characters, invisible text detector and remover. This tool lets you easily visualize all hidden Unicode characters in your text and then remove them. Well, let's give it a try. Some sort of AI-driven tool. So input text. Visible characters, invisible characters, 93. Okay, so these ones here are invisible characters. Zero with space. Zero with space, joiner. So, usually with these challenges here on Hack the Web, there's an answer that we need to input. But how do we answer this? What is the answer in this case? So this is a pretty new challenge. It was created like just over 2 weeks ago. Hidden invisible characters. Maybe there's some sort of cipher with invisible characters. So let's see. The concept is called use this free tool to find and remove all hidden Unicode characters in your text. Invisible text. How about invisible text cipher? Okay, so we got invisible text generator, invisible character viewer. Well, I mean, this is probably going to be the same stuff. Yeah, so zero with something something, all of these zero with characters. I mean, I see the thing, but I don't understand what the answer is supposed to be. We might want to skip over to another challenge, because I'm not too sure what the answer is in this case. But let's go ahead and do a little bit about our write-up. So I don't know, the category that this would fall under if it was a regular CTF challenge, maybe it would be the digital forensics. Because it's about finding hidden information inside of files. And in this case, it's like in a paragraph. Concept is invisible. Are they invisible Unicode characters, or what are they? Invisible Unicode symbols that are non-visible to the human eye. Okay, so these are Unicode. So invisible Unicode characters. So there are a bunch of invisible Unicode characters in between the paragraphs of the poem on the challenge page. And that's all we have right now. So just because I don't want to spend like a long time following up on this, we'll just pause and move over to another challenge. Okay, let's move on. What else we have? We have time zones. We were actually dealing with time zones not too long ago when we were doing our Sherlock challenge. Maybe, yeah, so this is probably talking about time zones. Okay, so in the previous live stream, we were dealing with the conversion of local time to UTC time, so universal coordinated time. But yeah, if you want to take a look at this challenge, this is the link for it over here. Let's go ahead and do this challenge then. Okay. So this is challenge number 5358. What is it called again? It's called time zones. We'll record all the usual things. The URL, the category, well, actually we know what category this falls under. This would be a general category challenge if this was in a CTF competition. The concept we need to understand, conversion of time zones, local time versus UTC time. And the method of solve, well, I guess we'll see. Alright, so time zones. So there are 24 standard time zones in the world, 1 per hour. For example, UTC plus 1 for Central Europe. UTC stands for Coordinated Universal Time, but if you look more closely, there are more than 24 because some countries use half-hour or even quarter-hour offsets. For example, UTC plus 5:30 in India or UTC plus 5:45 in Nepal. Daylight savings time rules or political exceptions. Political exceptions, that sounds kind of interesting. Now that you know a little bit more about time zones, the answer will only be shown when you're in my time zone. So I'll see you at these coordinates over here. Okay, so we've got some coordinates. We need to figure out what the time zone is. The answer will only be shown when you're in my time zone. So we just need to... What is this check button over here? So we need to figure out where in the world this is. And you know what? Let's go ahead and do a new private window. And we'll do something like Google Earth. Is Google Earth still a thing? I don't even know. Okay, I guess it's loading up. Hold on. Okay, so search Google Earth. I think we can plug in coordinates into Google Earth and then get a result. Okay, so where does this bring us? So this brings us to Hawaii. Lord of the Fries says, I don't even know the difference between Earth and Maps at this point. I think Maps is the more functional application, and Earth is more of like a... I actually don't know what the primary function of Earth is for, you know, Google Earth in general, but you can use a lot of the same stuff in Google Earth as you can in Google Maps. I think that you can't really get directions on Google Earth because that's not what it was made for. Oh, HST. HST? Is that Hawaii time? Hawaii Standard Time. Okay, so I mean this is Honolulu, right? And if it's Honolulu, let's go back. Honolulu. Actually, I guess Hawaii. Hawaii time zone. So HST, yeah. So HST is UTC minus 10 and does not observe daylight savings time. So I guess the answer is HST. Let's go ahead and check. Check. America, New York is nice, but it's nicer where I am. I'm waiting for you there. So do we need to change our time zone to something? Do we need to change our time zone to HST? I mean, I could probably do it. Time zone or system time in Kali Linux. So time and date. So time and date. Can we type in HST? Configuration manual. Okay. Or do we need to manually configure this? Runs on the API. Runs on the API. Oh. So we could probably change this. Panako Panko, hello, nice to see you here. Google Earth is just built up more satellite photos, more info maps, and it's just for navigation. Hey everybody, if you didn't know, Panako Panko is another InfoSec streamer, and let's give her a shout out. Welcome to the stream. And go ahead and follow Panako Panko's stream if you're into InfoSec stuff, you're into hacking stuff, and if you're into wacky, silly stuff. Anyways, yeah. So I guess this probably sends some sort of post request. And I guess what we can do is we can record this inside of Burp Suite. Yeah, okay. It's kind of overkill, but let's try doing this in Burp Suite. We could change our own... Let's see. Let's use the demo account here. Demo HTW123. Panko asks, "How's it going? We're just doing a little stream. We're doing some Hack the Web. This is a weekly occurrence for us over here. And let's click on the check button. And New York is nice. Okay. So, wait, is this doing? Let's see what happened. So we'll go to the proxy, HTTPS tree. We'll go down to the bottom. We should have one for this one over here, but maybe it's... What is it checking? Oh, you know what? We could also look at the web page source. It's probably checking time zone. Okay, so this is the correct challenge, right? Okay, we'll just go down to the bottom. And there should be a button. So script source, they've got JavaScript here. So let's take a look at the JavaScript. Well, looks like a bunch of obfuscated JavaScript stuff. How can we deobfuscate this? JavaScript deobfuscator. Okay, and we'll just paste in the code we have here. The code, your code looks like it has been obfuscated using obfuscator.io. Would you like to go to the deobfuscator specific for that? Sure, why not? Okay, and then paste it in, and then deobfuscate. Still doesn't look super readable. Okay, we've got some German over here. I guess they don't have English strings in here. It doesn't look like it. But okay, let's go back to the challenge. So the challenge, we click check. America, New York is nice, and let's see if we can record it inside of Burp Suite. So that was the login post. This is the HTWJS. So we probably sent something with this, didn't we? No? I mean, I think the thing that would solve the challenge for us if we change our time zone. So UTC plus, what was it, -10? Hold on, let me just move out of here. Okay, so HST, so it's UTC -10. We just need to calculate this and change it inside of Kali Linux. Clock, time zone, system time. You just need to change the time zone. Did you do it inside of your system clock for your computer? Time and date. Okay, configuration manual. We need to unlock it. Okay, so now we can keep synchronized with internet servers or manual. So manual, we can select our time zone in here. And, that's awful small. Can I increase the size of that? I don't think I can. Okay, so we can change our time zone to Honolulu. And then close. Okay, and then close, and then we'll go back to the challenge. Go back to the challenge, click on check. I hope you arrived well in Honolulu. The answer is something in German. Datumsgrenz. No idea. You had a VPN that probably works too. There's a plugin to spoof time zones in there. Well, as would be expected from VPN software. Yeah. Okay, let's paste in the answer and click on go. But before we do that, we'll just do our write-up over here. So method of solve. So the challenge talks about time zones and UTC time. There are a set of coordinates included in the challenge description. I guess we can go ahead and supply those over here. Okay, if we look up these coordinates, they are in Hawaii. If we click on the check button on the website, it tells us our time zone. So we need to change our time zone to HST, the correct one for Hawaii, in our system clock. After that, click on the check button. And we're done. The answer is that German word. Nope, that's not the German word. This is the German word. Datumsgrenz. Datumsgrenz. Okay. Done. Okay, I think we've got time for maybe one more or two more challenges. We'll go back. Okay, commit those changes. And let's do the next challenge. So I'll show you guys the web of challenges over here. And so among the challenges we have here, we should choose one. So mental arithmetic, Discord, freefall 2, UTF-5, UTF-5, base 4096. Are these new challenges? They might be new challenges. Lost challenge. Lost challenge. That sounds like fun. Let's try this one. Okay, so this is the link. What the heck? There's a subreddit. Okay, let's go ahead and we'll start the Reddit for this one as well. So this one is 356 Lost Challenge. Okay. Ooh. We need the URL, the category, concept of the challenge, and the method of solving the challenge. Okay, so here's our URL here. The category we will see. I think it looks like some sort of web challenge, but let's take a look. So there's now a subreddit for Hack the Web at reddit.com/rhacktw. The first post is a bit cryptic. What is it actually for? Okay, well, everybody, if you want to try, then I think everybody has access to Reddit. Okay, let's navigate to that page and take a look. So we're looking at the So this is the first post. I'm guessing this is the first post that they're talking about. Or maybe this is the first post. Can we, let's see, sort by new. So this is the newest one, and this is the oldest one. Okay. I think I'm going to translate this website. So we're just going to go over to translate page from German to English. Okay, so what is this? Minecraft music is peak. Daniel Rosenfeld is a great person. What was his artist name again? And who created the music for the later versions? Okay, so this is some sort of OSINT challenge. So this is an OSINT category, or open source intelligence. So the concept is look up facts about a specific topic. Okay, so there's a Reddit page. There's a subreddit. Subreddit referenced in the challenge. I guess we can always get the subreddit over here. Actually, we'll just reference the post. So there's a subreddit post referenced in the challenge. Here are the contents of the post. Okay, we'll get the... You know, I didn't even know there was music in Minecraft. I thought there was just sound effects in Minecraft. It really tells you how much I've played Minecraft, which is not very much. Okay, so we need to answer these questions. So Daniel Rosenfeld is a great person. What was his artist name again? And who created the music for the later versions? The thing is that we've got two questions to answer here. So do we need to do one answer and then space another answer? So there are no replies over here. What's his artist name again? So Daniel Rosenfeld. Let's just search this. Ibel says, got it. Artist name, music. C418. So is just the answer just C418? Let's go ahead and try that. C418. C418 is correct. Okay, great. That's all we need to do. Okay, so all we need to do is search for that person's artist name. The answer is C418. Done. Okay, we can move on to the next challenge. Okay, so the next one we're doing is what? Sound space, mental arithmetic, Discord, freefall, transposed. We also have some like harder challenges over here. So I think some of these challenges are going to involve us doing, well, we don't have that much time left. We've got 25 minutes. I kind of want to do this Cyber Chef one because, you know, everybody claims to really like using Cyber Chef. I use it every once in a while. What the fridge? I was a little bored, so I encrypted the answer several times. Alright, well, you know what? If anybody wants to look at this, I'll put it in... I'll put it in a paste bin. Okay, so we'll just put this stuff on here. We'll create a new paste. Need to verify that I'm a human person? Sure. Your paste has been posted, and it's over here. So if you want to take a look, that's it right there. But let's... What is this one called? Cyber Chef. So we'll... It's challenge 309. 309 Cyber Chef. Okay, the category, I guess this is a lot of encryption. I guess we could call it cryptography, but I don't know if it's actual cryptography. The concept, in this case, it would be something like deciphering a message that's been encrypted / encoded multiple times. Okay, and the method of solve, I guess we need to figure that out. So the first layer over here, we need to figure out what the encryption is. So offhand, I don't know what kind of encryption this could be. I guess we could give this to our Okay, so they suggest Cyber Chef, right? So the name of the challenge is called Cyber Chef. cyberchef.io. So if you don't know about Cyber Chef, you can find it over here. It's something that that's used to apply a bunch of different encryption and decryption functions or operations to messages. It's usually used in, well, I mean, I see it used a lot in CTF competitions. And let me grab this message again. So grab this one here, go back to CyberChef, put it in the input column. The output column, let's try magic. So the magic operation attempts to detect various properties of the input data and suggests which operators could help to make more sense of it. So we'll just do... We'll do depth 3. Crib, known plaintext string, or regex. How does magic save recipe, load recipe, clear recipe? Okay, we'll try baking it. Resulting snippet is nothing we can see here. So I guess the other way we could do it is we could try to figure out like what this particular operation is, or which particular cipher is being applied here. So there's another website that we know called decode.fr. Decode.fr. And you can also try, there's also a cipher or like identifier tool here. And where is it? So decode automatically decodes a large variety of encryptions with its cipher identifier. Okay, so we'll click on the cipher identifier, and then we'll paste in the message. Where is it? Here. Copy. Okay, and then we will analyze. So Decode's analyzer suggests to investigate ASCII 85 encoding. So ASCII 85 encoding, ASCII shift cipher. So ASCII 85. So I actually don't know very much about this this cipher. We can look it up. So Wikipedia. And we can look up ASCII 85. So ASCII 85 is a binary to text encoding developed by somebody by using 5 ASCII characters to represent 4 bytes of binary data. Okay, so is there some sort of tool online that we can use? Let's look it up. ASCII 85 encoder or decoder. Okay, so we've got a tool online that we can use. So we'll just paste in our message, and we get another message. Okay, and then we can try to identify this one, and then we'll do it a few more times. This might be the same. This might be the same thing. This might be ASCII 85. I'll try copying this. We'll get rid of the original text here. Oh, text. Oh, we're trying to decode, though. Never mind. Hold on. I think I did the wrong operation. Okay, ASCII 85. We want to decode. Wait. Was that the correct text? So encoding and decoding, this just switches it over. So the original text was this one over here. Variant original. So this is the original one, or is it a different one? Yeah. Okay, so ASCII 85 is the first layer. So if that's the case, we can go back to CyberChef. Let's see. Saint of Ice, hello, nice to see you here. Let's look it up. ASCII 85. It's called base 85 here. Okay. So from base 85. Oh. That's interesting. So this results in something different. I wonder why we didn't get the same result when we did it in this tool. That's kind of weird. Because if we just do from base 85, then it turns into this. And then we need to identify what this might be. I mean, this could be base 64. It could be base 32. Let's copy this. Okay, and we can go back to the decode page to identify the message. So paste this in and then do an analysis. So it identifies this as the Bazari cipher? What is the Bazari cipher? I guess we can get more information by clicking on it. So this is... I have no idea what this is. But I thought this might be something like base 64 or something. I mean, if that's the case, we can, you know, give it a try. So echo out the thing. But then again, it's just a bunch of the same looking pattern. I wonder what ChatGPT has to say about this. Okay, let's ask ChatGPT. So we're dealing with some sort of what do you call it? Cipher. Here is the ciphertext. Okay, let's see if it has any insight. So it tries deciphering the code with a bunch of different things, maybe? Not sure. How about we... So this mentions the Bazari cipher. Let's see if we can apply that in CyberChef. So in CyberChef, we'll just search up Baz... Okay, that doesn't exist in CyberChef. It might not be the correct thing if it's something that's not in CyberChef, because the name of the challenge is CyberChef. Let's go back. It's still trying. I also wonder if there's some sort of base 85 command inside of Kali Linux. Hold on. Base 85. Nope, doesn't exist. Or ASCII 85. ASCII 85 not found, but can be installed with sudo apt install ruby ASCII 85. Well, I try to avoid installing things on my system if I can help it. Meanwhile, let's see. It still hasn't returned to us. Let's try reloading the page. Let's see, ASCII 85, decode operation. Let's clear the page. How do we clear? If I just reload the page, is it all going to disappear? Yeah. Okay, so get rid of the thing. We need to decode. So decode, we want to paste in our original message. Okay, so this comes out the same. So if this is ASCII 85, we need to figure out what this next part is. And we're trying to do that over here. I guess ChatGPT has given up the ghost. Well, let's try feeding it to Claude. What type of encryption, or whoop, that's not how you spell encryption. Encoding could this be? Paste in the thing. We'll give it a try. Is this Skyrim music? No, this is StarCraft music. StarCraft. Okay, so CyberChef also output the same thing. The decode website identified this potential string as Bazari cipher. Bazari cipher, Beliso cipher, or base 64 encoding. Grok says it's base 64. Grok says it's base 64. Claude probably is going to come to the same conclusion. We can easily try base 64 decoding this. Where did we... Yeah, so we take this thing, we pipe it into base 64 decode. And we get we get more stuff like this. Okay, well, I mean, this looks like more base 64. So if we base 64 and then we pipe it into more base 64, then we get, okay. So it's base 85 into base 64 into base 64 into binary to, I'm guessing this is binary to ASCII. So let's see. I'm pretty sure we can probably do this in CyberChef. So from base 85 and then from base 64 here, and then from base 64 again, and then from binary to ASCII, from binary. So these are a bunch of numbers, and then from, I'm guessing this is decimal ASCII, decimal, or from ASCII, or encoded into ASCII, to ASCII, to decimal ASCII. Let's just look up ASCII. Don't see it here. Okay, I need to switch up my music just a second. So I mean, this was well, I'm glad it wasn't super complicated. Okay, let's play some new music. Okay, so binary, we've got our binary numbers, or we have our decimal numbers. So decimal, what is the operation in CyberChef that does it to CyberChef decimal to ASCII? To decimal from decimal. To octal ASCII 7-bit. Okay, let's just looking up ASCII doesn't do anything. Decode text. Down at the bottom here, maybe? No, that's not it. Tufacho, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so we just need to find the last step inside of. I mean, I know we can just grab this, and we can use a tool like decimal to ASCII over here, and then we plug in our decimal bytes, and to ASCII, okay, I guess that's not what we want. Okay, so this gives us this base 64 string. We also get these hex bytes. I guess what we need to do is, well, we've got more base 64. Is this more base 64? So if we got this, and we go over to, I don't know, here. This is more base 64. Yeah, this isn't something we can, this isn't an answer we can use. Okay, so we're kind of stuck. We've got this binary, and maybe we're not supposed to do binary to decimal. Maybe we're doing binary to hex. Okay, so back over here. From binary, byte length is 8, byte length is 7. Hold on. Get rid of this. This is all the binary stuff here. I think... So these are sets of 8, right? 1, 2, 3, 4... 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 9? Hold on, let me do a little bit of counting. No, there's 8. So these are sets of 8, but there's a 0 in... all of these binary numbers are prepended by zeros. The thing is that these do kind of match up with ASCII, because ASCII is a 7-bit encoding system. But we can also turn these into hex numbers. So from base 64 and then convert it to hex. So 2 hex. This isn't from hex. Decimal. Turn these into decimal numbers. Siva, hello, nice to see you here. We're just solving some puzzles. Just for fun. How about we give you a Hack the Planet? Welcome to the stream.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Okay, so we can... So the result is all these binary numbers. If we grab all these binary numbers and we start using some other... So rapid tables, we can do some binary to hex, binary to hex converter. So enter the binary numbers here and then convert them to hex. We get these numbers. You've got this now. Yeah, I mean, could that be hexadecimal? So if we convert this from hex to ASCII, hex to ASCII, convert, then we get, well, these, okay. What? So we take these hexadecimal numbers and then we convert them to ASCII. We've got numbers, right? Siva asks, is it possible to go from nothing to red team pentester? So pentesters, well, I mean, red teamers are like it's an even more difficult job than regular pentesters. So red teamers is kind of off the table. Most people go from pentesting into red teaming. So I would say that it's not really realistic to try to go into red teaming as your first role in cybersecurity. You'd probably aim for pen testing first, but even pen testing is kind of a tough thing to get into without any previous experience. I mean, I did it, but I felt a little bit underqualified when I was while I was doing my pen testing job. But yeah, what I would say, so Siva, what kind of red teaming stuff do you want to do? Do you want to do like the threat emulation? Do you want to, pretend to be bad guys and try to break into their networks? Are you talking about network security testing? Or are you talking about web app security testing? Give me a little bit more detail about what kind of role you want to do, and maybe I can better answer your questions. Also, if you could let me know what your current experience is, that also helps me out. Okay, so these hex numbers turn into these decimal numbers. So I mean, I guess the hexadecimal doesn't really help all that much. Okay, you like web app pen testing? You don't want to get certifications? I mean, here's the thing. I've got a bunch of education resources. What is your previous experience? I've got a bunch of educational resources on my GitHub. Let me pull that up. B Tech student. I'm not too sure what B Tech stands for. Is it business technology, or is it something else? But yeah, if you want to get into web app stuff, then I would recommend the stuff on this list over here. Here's a big list of different stuff you could try. Okay, so I guess we're not going to be able to finish this challenge, but I can write my current notes here before we move on to the next thing. So method to solve, we're given a complicated looking ciphertext to decipher. We assume that the first encryption encoding method is base 85. Alexander says, might be octal, to be honest. I mean, yeah, it could be... Oh, well, if we go from binary, it could be any number of things. So, let's see. We assume that the first thing is base 85. I guess, we can also give the ciphertext strings at each step. So I'll just paste these in, mix for a better write-up. Okay. Base 65. Once decoded, it looks like this. Okay, so the next one is here. Let's remove these. It's octal. It's actually octal, huh? Let's see. Siva says, I completed TryHackMe, OCP path, and junior PT, also doing some personal labs as well. Yeah, I mean, if you want to... Okay, it looks like you've done quite a bit already. And if that's the case, what I would do is I would do all of the labs over at Portswigger Academy. Well, not all of the labs at Portswigger Academy. You can do up to the medium level of the laboratories over there. That's going to get you. That's going to qualify you to get a certification. I know that you said that you didn't want a certification, but if you get the Portswigger certification, that's going to be a very, very good thing to put on your resume when you're looking for web app pen testing jobs. It basically means that you can do like web app pen testing to a professional degree, and if you've got that certification, you are more than qualified to do web app pen testing. It was octal. Okay, let's how much time do we have? We might come. I don't know. Let's try to solve this in the next 5 minutes or so. Okay, so we've got this output. We do base 64 twice. Base 64. So from base 64, and then from base 64, and then to octal. To octal, and then from octal. I have some money issues. That's why I'm not doing certifications. How can I do that? Okay, so, I mean... The other way you can do this is you can... Actually, you can do from binary and then to octal. Okay. So Siva, if you live in a big city, then you can look up your local cybersecurity meetups. So cybersecurity meetups, like you could look up DEF CON, whatever your area code is. So for example, DEF CON 604 or DEF CON whatever for your area code. You can look those up. There's also OWASP, which is very relevant for web app security. So my local OWASP group is OWASP Vancouver, but you could do like Siva. If you live in like I'm going to assume that you live in an Indian city. You could do like OWASP Mumbai or OWASP Delhi. Look up those groups. Over at those groups, you're going to meet a lot of people who are professionals who are working inside of cybersecurity. Get to know them. So if you're able to do like a bunch of volunteer work for the organization, they might be able to help you out with job recommendations. So that's how I got into cybersecurity. That's how I got my first cybersecurity job, through contacts. That's my advice. Okay, so we'll come back to this challenge later. But I guess the first thing we need to do is just grab this so I can go step by step. Okay, I'll just save this out for now. We'll come back to this later, because we need to start our next part of the stream. Okay. Okay, topic 1 is finished, topic 2 is here, topic 3 is on deck. So we're now doing HackerFrogs AfterSchool. Digital forensics. Okay, we're doing the last one. Okay, and let me grab the session notes for this as well. It's batch 2, forensics, session number 8. Okay, so here's all the links we're going to be using. Don Amin, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, everybody, let's put 60 minutes on the clock and we will start. Everybody, this is HackerFrogs AfterSchool Memory File Forensics Part 2. So this is the last workshop, or the last session we're going to be doing for digital forensics. So after this, we're going to be moving into a new topic. But what are we going to be copying? What are we going to be covering today? So this is the 8th and final class for digital forensics. In the last workshop, we learned about the following digital forensics concepts. Just want to say you're a hard worker. You love what you're doing. I really respect people like you. Thank you very much, Don Amin. It really feels good to hear people say that. Trying my best. Memory forensics. So digital memory forensics is the examination of data in computer memory. It can give forensics investigators a view into processes running on the system. So memory forensics is different from regular disk image forensics because it deals with pulling the data from a live working computer. So we took a look at volatility memory forensic software. Volatility is a powerful free tool used for memory forensics written in Python. There are 2 versions currently used, Volatility 2 and Volatility 3, which correspond with Python 2 and Python 3 respectively. In this workshop, we're going to be talking about device memory forensics with volatility, and we're going to be doing the Advent of Cyber 2022 Day 11 challenge, but we're going to be doing some extra questions. So what we're dealing with is Advent of Cyber 2022. Let me get that room for you, everybody. Does this room exist? I'm pretty sure it does. Doesn't exist, try searching for another one. Okay, so let me get that link. Advent, oh, they call it Advent of Cyber 4. Okay. Everybody, this is the room link. You're going to need to have a free account over at TryHackMe to access this this stuff we're doing today. Okay, and we're going to be doing, which task are we doing? I think it is task 16. Okay. Donamine says, I heard a story about someone who got caught by the government when they sprayed a product at the memory. Are you talking about the computer memory? Because he was using Tails OS and you got what he was doing. So spraying a product, I'm sorry, I'm not too sure what you're talking about. So somebody got caught. They sprayed a product at the memory to stop the elections because he was using Tails OS. I mean, I understand Tails OS. It's a type of Linux that people do use to try to stay anonymous. And I'm not too sure what you mean by spraying a product at the memory. Are you talking about spraying something at the election, like counting machines or something? Okay, so we can access the challenge here. So task number 16, day number 11. After you've clicked on the task, it'll open up, and then you can access the virtual machine. So there's a button labeled Start Machine. Go ahead and click on that. So it's going to take a little bit of time to initialize over here. And then afterwards, we can use our volatility software to analyze the memory dump file. Okay, so while that's loading up, we can talk a little bit more about the stuff we did last time. So let's go back to the Advent of Cyber 2022 module and learn more volatility functions. So we got the link over here. And we're going to be answering some different questions today. So we've got a bunch of different questions we're going to be answering today. And I think we answered most of them in the previous session, but let's just review them so that we can jump into the practical what is it called? The practical application of doing memory forensics. Okay, so we're talking about the mysterygift.exe file. We're going to be doing a little bit of investigation on this file to find out what kind of malware this is. So let's go back to just a second, everybody. I'm going to close up some of these windows that we're not using anymore. Not using this or this or this. Okay, Donamine says he was using Tails OS. The data doesn't stay, and then the government got his location and he unplugged the USB when they spotted him to get the data deleted, but they sprayed a product on the RAM to stop the data from being deleted because the RAM doesn't get deleted instantly. I mean, I didn't know that this kind of product was possible. I've never heard of this kind of thing before. Justin Haskell, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about some Nyan Cat? Okay, so let's go back to TryHackMe here. Still have to wait for another. I'm guessing it's going to be like another 30 seconds. Okay, so we're going to be going over a couple of the operations that we can do to dump the files. Because what we need to do is we need to get the file hash of the malware that was identified inside of the memory file. Alexander says they sprayed liquid nitrogen on the RAM. I can't imagine anything else just freezing the RAM state. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. If you've got a link, I mean, I don't know if you can actually link anything in YouTube. I'm pretty sure YouTube strips out everybody's links. But Don, I mean, what you can try is you can try breaking the link up into maybe 2 or 3 pieces, and just leave some spaces between them. And we might be able to assemble the links ourselves. If you got a link for that story, let us know. Abel says, I'm still trying the Cyber Chef Challenge. No worries, no worries. Hope you have a lot of fun with that. Okay, so let's go back to TryHackMe. Wow, this is really slow today. Is there some sort of event going on over at TryHackMe? This is a cybersecurity stream. Base 64 the link and send it. I mean, I guess you could do that. Yeah. Let's see. Don, I mean, if you wanted to grab the link and then base 64 encode it and then send it in chat, maybe we could take a look. Okay, we've got our terminal over here, and what we need to do is we need to enter the volatility3 directory. So we'll just enter it with the cd command, and then we can use some volatility commands on the workstation.vmem file. So this is the same file that we were taking a look at earlier, during the last stream. So we can do vol.py, and then let me grab my notes. So it's the one that, it's Python 3, vol.py. Okay, so workstation.vmem, windows.dump files. So the first thing we want to do is we want to make a directory to dump the files into. So we're just going to make a directory called dump. And then what we need to do is we need to identify the file that we want to get. So it's going to be, the command is going to be python3 vol.py to run volatility on workstation.vmem. And we're just going to do windows.pstree or psscan. Yeah, so psscan, and then we'll output that to psscan.txt. We'll give that a try. Okay, and I'll just copy this, and I'll give it to everybody in the chat if you want to try this out yourself. Yeah, okay, it went through. So the first few scans when you use this machine, they're going to go kind of slow. The machine in general is kind of slow, but it's okay. It's okay. We can the important thing when we're running like commands that can take a really long time to output like this is that we redirect the output to some files so that we can quickly look at the files, and in case we never need to look at that output more than once. Okay, and we know from last time that we identified a file called mysterygift.exe. So we just need to find what we need to do. What we want to do is we want to dump out that file from the memory. Abel443 says, you finished the challenge. That's great. We might go back to that challenge a little bit later today if we've got a few moments to spare. There's somebody, I don't know if you can hear it, but there's somebody running a leaf blower outside, and it's a bit late to run your leaf blower over here. It's already 4:20. That's a special time. Anyways, this should be coming back any second now, because it says progress 100%. Okay, let's make the window a little bit bigger. So what was I saying? Right, right. So there's a piece of malware that's inside of the memory dump. We need to extract that malware, and then we need to get some information about it, and then we need to investigate it over at our favorite virus database over at virustotal.com. Actually, let's pull that up right now. So virustotal.com, it's a pretty commonly used website. And what you can do is you can drag in a file to check if it's malware. So if you've got a file that you got from the internet and you're worried that it might be malware, you could always check it over at virustotal.com. You could also search by the MD5 hash of the file as well. And that's what we're going to be doing today. Okay, let me go back. All right, so it's finished. And now we've got psscan.txt. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. psscan.txt. And this is the a list of all the running processes on this particular Windows system when the memory dump was taken. Brody, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Welcome, welcome in. Okay, so we got mysterygift.exe over here, and this is the malware that we're interested in taking a look at. It's got a process ID of 2040, and we're going to need this number, the process ID number, when we dump it out. So we can dump it out with this command over here, workstation.vmm windows.dump files. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so the command is, well, it's basically very similar to the previous one we did, only we need to add on a couple of things. We need to add on the directory we want to dump out into. So -o dump, and we need to specify the module. So windows.dump files. And the last thing we need to do is we need to supply the PID number. So --PID 2040, which we got from the previous scan. So after that, we will run the command. And I'll just copy the command for everybody who wants to use it. Okay, so it's going to get every file in the memory that's associated with this particular executable, or the process rather. So we can see these inside of the dump file or the dump directory here. And the one that we're interested in is mysterygift.exe.img over here. So the reason why the program appends everything with img on the end of these files is basically to defang them, to make sure that they're not executable. So if you put the suffix over here, .img, it's not going to be this potential like malware can't run as an executable inside of Windows. So let's go ahead and we'll get the MD5 hash for this file, and then after that we're going to be able to investigate this inside of VirusTotal. Okay, so this is the file hash here. I'll go ahead and copy this to everybody so that you can all see what I'm looking at. Actually, well, I can probably just give everybody the same page over in VirusTotal. Okay, let's go ahead and go over to VirusTotal, and then we will search. So on the VirusTotal page, click on search, and then paste in your file hash. And it's going to give you a summary for this particular type of malware. Okay, so this is the file hash here, and this is the common name that the malware has when it's on somebody's system. So in this case, it's mysterygift.exe. So it's a size, well, there's a bunch of different there's a bunch of different information about the malware on the VirusTotal database. So the first page is detection. This is basically which virus detection engines were able to identify this particular malware. So I guess you also see which ones do not detect it. So yeah, it says something about the quality of your virus detection software. Okay, so detection is the first tab. It also gives you a very general score of how many of the virus engines or virus detection engines are able to flag this one as malicious. And so this is detection. There's also details. So the details panel here is going to show you the file hashes for this particular malware, and what else? So the history of this particular malware, basically when it was first recorded and when it was last analyzed, stuff like that. Names, we've got the names of the names that the malware goes by, either mysterygift.exe or something.sample or something.exe.img. So this is a 64-bit binary, and we got some timestamps. Keep in mind that I'm not a person who knows a lot about malware, but it is something I am interested in learning about. Okay, so a bunch of information here. So there's another tab called Relations, and these are the contacted IP addresses. So it looks like there are a couple of different domains that the malware calls out to. So it calls out to Microsoft.com, which is probably, well, I mean, just because Microsoft is being contacted in this case, it doesn't necessarily mean that Microsoft created the malware, or maybe it did. I'm not going to say one way or the other. And there's some IP addresses that it tries to contact as well. So these are the ones over here. Not all of these are malicious IPs. In particular, you might notice that there's 8888, which is Google, and it just uses Google for something. I'm not too sure. Okay, so 2 contacted domains, 8 contacted IPs, and 1 dropped file. So this is a summary of what the malware does. Okay, and then we've got our behavior. So we've got a bunch of, let's see. Okay. So this is the MITRE ATT&CK tactics and techniques. So MITRE ATT&CK is a framework that tries to identify different what is the word? Different cybersecurity attacks, and they try to describe them and to catalog them, and so that people can better talk about these types of attacks. So it does shared modules, process injection, obfuscated files, process injection, and this is what it does. I think what this malware is, it's a command. I think it's a command and control. What is it called? Beacon, or it's a what are they called? So it's something on that you can put on a computer that is going to let somebody run remote commands from the computer, from their command and control web, what is it called? Dashboard. Anyways, let's go ahead and answer some questions. So what's the first question that we got to answer? Okay, so what process created the mysterygift.exe file? C2, yeah, it's called a C2, a command and control server. According to the memory dump command line history, what suspicious file is opened by notepad.exe? We started answering all of these during the last session. According to the memory dumps networking information, what program is assigned with the local and foreign port 80? Okay, so this is part 2. So we'll take a bit of time to answer the second set of advanced questions. We'll need to run MD5 sum on the mysterygift.exe file and submit it to VirusTotal to get the entry from the malware. So how many security vendors flagged this file as malicious? So when we, the first time I did this, it was 38 out of 72 vendors. But in this case, it's 41 out of 71 vendors. So they've upped their game a little bit, or at least a few of them have. Okay. Next one is, according to the file's history, what was the file's creation time? So we can look at the details tab. It tells you when this isn't necessarily when the malware was created. It's just when was this first put into the VirusTotal database is what it's trying to tell you. Next thing we can take a look at is what is the domain name associated with this file. So this can be found in the behavior tab. So it makes network communications to bestfestivalcompany.thm. So this is a fictional domain that's associated with TryHackMe. And if we go over to VirusTotal, we go over to the behavior tab. I think we should be able to find this down near the bottom. Yeah, so that's DNS resolutions, bestfestivalcompany.thm, and then a couple of Microsoft ones. So IP traffic, it uses these particular, it makes contact with these IP addresses on these networking ports. And next, what are we talking about next? Here. Aren't you using Microsoft Power Toys for that mouse highlighting or through recording software? Mouse highlighting? Oh, the mouse highlighting, this is through Kali Linux, and this is mouse cursor. So the mouse cursor has a highlight on it. So it's not Microsoft. It's Linux. Okay, next one is what IP addresses are contacted by this file. So this is also found in the behavior tab or the relations tab over here. It talks about all the different IP addresses that are contacted by the malware. Okay. Aside from mysterygift.exe, what are two other names for this file? So the details tab, it says that it goes by mysterygift.exe or these other two names over here. So is this a signed file? Okay, so is this a signed file? It would be a really bad thing if this was a signed file, because signed files are files that are trusted by operating systems. So in general, malware files are not signed because only trusted software is signed. So malware is usually not signed. Okay, so what GitHub repo is associated with this file? So this is where we can dive deeper into what this file actually is. So we can go and dig in the community tab, and it references a GitHub page. So let's go over to the community tab up here. Okay, so where is the GitHub page? This one over here, reference. It's referencing some sort of GitHub page, and when we take a look at it, over here, so we see what the file actually is part of the NIM C2. So NIM C2 is a lightweight C2 written fully in NIM. I've never heard of NIM. Apparently NIM is some sort of programming language. It uses range from user support to employee monitoring. So range from user support to employee monitoring. If you want to give it a try, you can do this stuff over here. So you can do what? Windows and Linux implant generation, TCP socket and HTTP communication, create listeners, and then you can control them from a command and control server. So what this is some sort of C2 implant that that beacons out and joins the C2 server. Abel says, John Hammond has a video on NIM malware development. NIM malware development, that's pretty obscure. Well, I'm not too sure how obscure NIM is. I really don't know too much about that, but I guess we could look it up on YouTube. Let me do that really quick. Actually, I'll do it in another tab on another browser, just because I don't want to have something weird appear on the screen. Okay, so this is the file that Abel was talking about, I think. Learn how to write malware. Interesting. And it's from a couple of years ago. Okay, so what we're doing, I think we're just about at the end here. What is the name of the GitHub project? This is the NIM-C2 project. Okay. All right, so let's talk about the, well, we're not exactly going to finish this out yet, because there's one more thing that we can take a look at. So inside of TryHackMe, let me close this out. So inside of TryHackMe, there's one more room that talks about volatility. It's more of a general room that talks about the volatility memory forensic software. Volatility essentials, I think. Okay, so I'm hoping that everybody can access this. If you can't access it, let me know. This should be a free room. Okay, let me reset my progress on the room. I'll also leave the room just to show everybody what it looks like. Scorpion says, why is the frog fighting the rabbit? Because we're going to be doing a room called Rabbit Store today, and we're going to be finishing it. And we're going to be defeating the rabbit. Maybe. But hey, we could all be friends. Okay, so we're going to join the room over here. And then we're going to start the virtual machine. So it's completely successful. To complete the room, you're going to need your virtual environment. So I think the nice thing about this room is that it gives you a desktop environment to work inside of. Most of the TryHackMe rooms aren't this nice. Okay, so let's see. We're going to get familiar with the volatility framework. We're going to navigate and utilize basic volatility commands and plugins. And all we need to do in task number 1 is click on the word complete. And then you're done. And then you can go over to task number 2, which is talking about volatility. So volatility is an open source memory forensics framework, cross-platform, modular, and extensible. So I mean, the reason why I like dealing with volatility is because volatility is open source and it's cross-platform, which means you can use it on either Windows or Linux or Mac OS. So it's very convenient that way. Okay, so Volatility 3 is made up of several key layers. So I guess what we're dealing with is we're dealing with the Volatility 3 software, which is good, because Volatility 3 is a little bit more user-friendly than Volatility 2. Okay, it starts talking about requirements for installing Volatility. We're just going to skip past this. And we're going to move on to memory. Let's see. Memory acquisition analysis. Okay. So this talks about different programs that can be used to create memory dump files. We're also going to kind of skip past this because it's not super relevant for what we're doing today. But there are a bunch of different types of software that you can use to create these memory dump files. So there's Dumpit, WinPMem, Magnet RAM Capture, FTK Imager, etc., etc. There are different programs for different computer types, of course. So if you're dealing with Linux or if you're dealing with Windows, those are going to be different programs that are created to create that are used to create those memory images. Okay, so we're just going to skip past. What is the build version of the host machine in case number 1? Okay, so I guess we need to answer these questions. So Volatility uses plugins to request data to carry out analysis. Some of the most commonly used plugins include Windows.info, Linux.info, pslist, and pstree. So these are some of the basic commands that we use inside of Volatility to get your first initial batch of information about the memory image. So hopefully we get our desktop in just a second. Okay. And since this is a desktop environment, what we really want to do is we want to put the desktop environment into full screen. And we can do that by going over to the center of the screen and then down to the bottom and there's a button labeled View in Full Screen over here. So go ahead and click on that after the machine is finished initializing. And that's going to put your desktop in full screen, which is going to be a lot easier to deal with. Okay, so I guess we've got our volatility 3 directory here, and we've got our investigation directory as well. So the first thing we want to do is we want to start up our terminal, because volatility is a terminal-based tool. So we're just going to click on the terminal button up here. And hopefully this is large enough for everybody to see. I'm going to make this extra wide just to get something a little bit more comfortable, okay? And so the first thing we want to do is we want to figure out how volatility is installed on the system. So which vol.py maybe? Which volatility? Okay, so these programs are not installed, but there's a volatility folder on the desktop. So you're just going to enter the desktop, and we're going to enter the volatility 3 directory over here. Okay, so we got volatility 3, and we've got, do we have vol.py? Oh yeah, we've got vol.py over here. So we can just check to see if we can, well, first of all, we want it, if volatility is a Python tool. It was created using Python, so we need to know which version of Python is being used. So the Python command is called Python 3. So we can just run Python 3 vol.py, just kind of like the previous challenge. So we're just going to make sure that we can run volatility here, and volatility is just going to tell you that you need to select a plugin to run. And so from here, we need to figure out where the memory files are. I'm pretty sure that the memory files are in this investigations folder. So let's take a look in there. So lsla desktop investigations. So there's investigation1.vmem and there's investigation2.raw. So we need to, these are the two files that we're going to be investigating. And we're just going to run this first command here. So let's see. Investigation, oh, sorry, it's in the desktop investigations directory. Investigation1.vmem. And we want to run something on it. So we're not exactly sure if this is a Windows memory dump or if it's a Linux memory dump. So we're just going to try running windows.info on it. And if it doesn't go through, then we'll try linux.info. And if those both don't work, then we need to do a little bit more investigation. Okay, so it looks like it's running. So I'll just give everybody the command that we're using here. Copy that. Wonder if I can, yeah. So the command looks like this. So it looks like this is going to take quite a while to run. In the meantime, if anybody has any jokes that they want to tell, I'm up for reading them on stream. Anyways, okay, so let's go ahead and close this out. So in here on the original TryHackMe page, what is your favorite area of cybersec? Well, I'm interested in binary hacking. I'm interested in reverse engineering. I'm interested in basically everything. But the types of challenges that I'm best at doing are web app security challenges. Okay, we'll exit the split view. What is the build version of the host machine in case number 1? And what is the time? What is the memory file acquired in case number 1? Okay, so we're dealing both with case number 1 over here. A Balkan once walked past a bar. That's the joke. Oh, okay, okay. That's a stereotype about Balkan people, I suppose. All right, let's go back. It's still running, so we need to figure out two things. We need to do the build version of the host machine, and we need to get the time of memory file capture in this case. Okay, should be getting that in just a second or two. '95, '96, '97, '98, '99, 100. Okay, and if anybody's wondering what which room we're doing this one over here. I think this one might be new because it seems like I don't remember this room before. Okay, so this is a Windows memory image. So we want the build version. What was the specific thing? Build version of the host machine. Okay, let's look for build version. I mean, this is Windows 10. Well, no, no, no. What? It's Windows XP or something? NT Build Lab. Okay, okay. I think this is what we're looking for here. So let me copy that. Okay, then we'll go back. This one, submit this answer. And the next one is, at what time was the memory file captured in case number 1? So we're looking for a timestamp. So PE timestamp, time date stamp. So I think this is what we're looking for over here. Copy that. Submit. Uh-oh. What are they looking for? They're looking for something and then, I don't know, hour, minute, second. Or are you interested in doing the labs that I've built someday when you have time? Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, you can give me a message on Twitch, and we can talk about that. Sure. Okay, so, we're looking for something. Maybe we're looking at system time. Oh, maybe it's just this. Hold on. Copy. Oh, you know what? I think the format of the date might be wrong. Okay. So we're looking for 18/31/06 and Sunday, April 13? No, that's probably not it. What is? Let me look at these things some more. So we're looking at we're still looking for time. System time. Ah, okay. This might be it. Okay, let's copy that. Okay, and then we'll go back. Done. Okay. Next, we're going to be doing listing processes and connections. So this is going to be kind of similar to the stuff we were doing before. So they're looking for stuff like PS list. So PS list, we're going to list out the processes. So we're just going to go back, and like last time, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be outputting to files that we can look at later, just in case we need to review the stuff from our scans. So PS list. So the only thing that really changes here is the name of the module we're using. So we're using windows.pslist. we're going to redirect it into a file called pslist.txt. Okay, we're going to wait for the thing to do its magic. And no metadata file found alongside the vmem file. Huh. So I guess I guess we can't run pslist. So how about we try psscan instead? Sometimes one of the modules will work and another one will fail. It's just something you gotta try. What is it called? Trial and error. Yeah. Okay, so what are they looking for? So active process enumeration, we can use pslist, we can use psscan. Yeah, process hierarchy. So we can also use pstree. These all give slightly different output. They're also talking about file, registry, and thread enumeration. So inspecting files and registry is also vital. We can use the plugin handles to take a look at the details and handles of files and threads from a host. So this is the handles module that we're running, and then we can do network connection enumeration with netstat. We can do these all at once. Well, not all at once, but one after another. So the next thing we'll do is the handles one. After this scan is done, just got to wait for it to go through. So in the meantime, I can give you the commands that we're using over here. Okay, so the next one is going to be the handles module. So we're just going to change out the name of the module and the name of the output file. We could probably write out a script to do this if this is something that we do quite often. But anyways, just for sake of completeness, I'll also give everybody these other commands we're using. Okay, so that's handles. The next one is netstat, I think. So netstat is going to give you the network connections inside of the memory dump. Netstat. Okay, let's run that. And I think they're talking about some other ones as well. So handles, we got netstat, we've got TCP, UDP socket enumeration. So this is netscan. So network connection and UDP, UDP and TCP socket enumeration with netscan. So we can also see the DLL libraries that are associated with the processes over here with DLL list. So all these different stuff that we can do. Let's try netscan. And then after netscan is done, we can do the DLL list. So some of these are going to fail because I'm not exactly sure why. It might be the nature of the memory dump files themselves or the image files. Okay, so the next one we're going to do is DLL list to get the list of dynamic link libraries. DLL list. Okay, we'll wait for that to come back. What else are they looking for? So I guess that's all they want from this section. And we're going to answer the questions below. What is the absolute path to the active Adobe process? So this is something we're going to be investigating after our scans are done. Looks like it's done. And they're looking for like an Adobe process. So we got our PS list over here. And we could probably look at either the PS list or the PS scan. I think we'll look at the list first. Cat pslist.txt, just to take a look at the results from the scan. Okay, so we're looking for an Adobe process. If we're looking for, It looks like they don't give us the full file paths inside of the PS list. So we're going to have to look somewhere else because that's what we're looking for. Okay, so Bit asks, sorry about asking so many questions. What would the real world scenario for using a tool such as volatility? So if there's some sort of security incident, maybe somebody downloads malware onto the computer and the forensics investigators are called in. The forensics investigators will come over and then they will investigate the workstation that's infected with malware. And then they'll do a memory image. They'll take a memory image with some software, and then they can investigate the processes that are running inside the computer memory. So this is just one of the many different tools that can be used for in what is it called? It's part of incident response. Okay, so I'm guessing that the Adobe process we're looking for is this Reader SL, but could be wrong. Okay, so we looked at the PS list. We'll take a look at the PS scan output as well. Okay, and so this gives us the same processes, but it doesn't tell you the full file path. So what are we looking at? What is the absolute file path to the active Adobe process? Okay, so what other function modules did we run? PSScan, PSList, NetScan, handles. Maybe it's part of handles. Let's take a look. Okay, so these don't give us absolute file paths either. Oh no, well, maybe they do. Yeah, okay, I see some file paths here. Speaking of this, one of our clients got infected by Lockbit, and some of our guys use Cape, something like that, to dump the malware. Yeah, I think I've heard of Cape before, but I'm not exactly sure what that software is. So I think we're looking for the reader. Okay, let's read the file. We'll grep out reader SL. So I think we're looking for the absolute file path for this particular software. And reader SL.exe. So we got device hard disk volume 1 Windows something something. I'm not too sure if that's what they're really looking for. Let me go back. Let's get a hint for this. You can find the path when you analyze the process hierarchy. Use grep to filter out the results. So process hierarchy, let's go back up here. Process hierarchy. Oh, PS tree. Nope, PS list. This is useful as an analyst to get a complete history of the processes and what have occurred. Okay. Did we? Oh, I guess we forgot to run PS tree. Okay, let's go ahead and run it then. Okay, so it's basically the same commands we were doing before, only we're doing PS tree. Okay, we'll wait for this to come back. No metadata file found alongside vmem file. This should be placed in the same directory at the same file name, investigation1.vmm and investigation1.vmss. So we were not able to get the information. Let's take a look and see if there's actually anything in this. No, it is in here. Okay, it's in here, yeah. Okay, so let's grep out the reader. Yeah, so I think this is the file path right here. So C program files Adobe Reader 9, reader sl.exe. Okay, so we're just going to copy that. And I'm not sure if this is exactly what they're looking for. Yeah, it's exactly what they're looking for. Let's submit this. Done. Okay. What is the parent process of the process? What is the parent process of this process in case 1? Okay, so we're talking about process ID numbers versus parent process ID numbers. Let's go back. So this is the first number that comes back is the process ID number of the actual process. The second number is the parent process ID number, which is the process that created this process. So in this case, it's 1484. Let's copy that. What is the parent? Oh, they want the name of the process. Okay. Well, that's fine. We can grep for the number. And we'll look for this. So the explorer.exe process created this one. So it's pretty easy for us to locate what process spawned what other process. So this is explorer.exe. Okay. Explorer.exe. Done. What is the PID of the parent process? So the parent process PID is, we just had it, 1484. Okay, how many DLL files are used by the Adobe process that are outside of the System32 directory? That are outside of the System32 directory. Okay, well, so I guess what we need to do is we need to dump out this Adobe process and then take a look at the DLL files. Hold on, let me get the hint. I haven't really done too much of this particular process before. Okay, to filter out only the relevant information, you can use the flag PID number. So we're looking for DLL files, and the DLL, I think we're taking a look at the DLL list function. Okay, so the regular DLL list output looks like this. This stuff over here, but we're just going to narrow it down to the particular PID. So just a second, let me take a look at. So the PID of the reader sl.exe file is 1640. So we're going to run the DLL list command again. Let's edit this. Okay, DLL lists, and this is going to be to reader DLL.txt. We need to specify the PID in this case. So the PID in this case for reader SL is 1640. Okay. We'll run the thing and then we'll take a look at the output afterwards. And let's take a look. Can't read dll.txt. And we're looking for stuff that exists outside of the System32 directory. So we can probably do a reverse grep. So grep v System32. So we got how many files? How many DLL files? So that's 1, 2, 3, 3. It looks like 3 files. Okay, let's submit that answer. 3. Okay. What is the name of one keyed event associated with the process's handles? So we're looking at the handles, and we're looking for the special keyed event. So I guess we run the handle function again. We're going to name this read handle.txt, and we're gonna call I think it's called handles. Let me double check that before I run it. So looking for handles. Yeah, file, registry, and thread enumeration. Administrator asks, are you Vladimir Putin? No. No, I'm not. Okay, so Segfaults, hello, nice to see ya. What is up? So let's take a look at these particular set of handles. And we're looking for keyed event in this case. So we'll just grep out maybe keyed event. Okay. So there's only one, so we should be able to answer the question pretty easily. So they're looking for what? What is the name of the one keyed event associated with the process's handles? The name of the one keyed event. Okay. Administrator, I'm not too sure why you're randomly talking about executables in the System32 directory. I'm going to give you a warning. Don't rename that to anything. Yeah. Listen, stop sending weird messages in the chat, please. Okay, critical out of sec. Critical set sec out of memory event. Sure, let's grab that. Paste it in, submit. Done. Okay. We don't have too much more time left, but yeah, this is the type of workflow that you would do if you're using volatility. If you want to do the rest of the room yourself, you're completely welcome to. But yeah. Anyways, let's go ahead and get rid of this user. Okay, so volatility hunting and detection capabilities. Yeah. Anyways, let's close out this particular workshop, and then we'll move on. Okay, let's review the digital forensics concept we learned in this workshop. You banned the dude just for renaming sticky keys. I banned the dude just for renaming sticky keys. You know what? Listen. The guy opened up by asking me if I was Vladimir Putin. I don't think he was gonna be, contributing anything good to the live stream chat. Okay, digital memory forensics is the examination of data in computer memory. It can give forensics investigators a view into processes running on the system. Volatility is a powerful freeze tool used for memory forensics written in Python. There are two versions currently used, Volatility 2 and Volatility 3. What's next? Digital forensics lessons are done, but in the next HackerFrogs AfterSchool workshop, we're going to start a new course, cryptography. So we're going to be learning the basics of cryptography, and just enough to whet everybody's appetite. United Tings says, good channel for newbie, or am I in over my head? There are some things that are good for newbies. Most of the time, the stuff we cover is going to be accessible to people who are trying to get into cybersecurity. United Tings, and welcome to the stream. Okay. Anyways, let's move on. So the third thing we're covering in today's stream is going to be topic 2 done, topic 3 Portswigger server-side request forgery. Okay, let's get started. All right, so I think Siva was asking about how to get into cybersecurity, and he was interested in doing web app security. So let's see, where is this one over here? Server-side request forgery. I wouldn't say that this is an especially newbie-friendly topic unless you know about web app security stuff already or how web applications work. But we're going to be talking about server-side request forgery. We're going to be doing some labs. We're going to be figuring out what the vulnerability is. So without further ado, let's put 60 minutes on the clock. And let me get rid of some of these tabs that we're not going to be using anymore, because there's a lot of tabs open here. Okay, so what is SSRF? So in this section, we'll explain what server-side request forgery is. And before we get started, let's go ahead and put on a little bit of music. Okay, so in this section, we'll talk about server-side request forgery and describe some common examples. We'll also show you how to find and abuse SSRF vulnerabilities. So server-side request vulnerabilities are web app security vulnerabilities that allow a user to cause the server-side application to make requests to an unintended location. So basically what we're doing with server-side request forgery is we're not contacting the intended server, but we're contacting other servers that the server can make contact with. In a typical SSRF attack, the attacker might cause the server to make a connection to internal-only devices within the organization's infrastructure. In other cases, they may be able to force the server to connect to arbitrary external systems. This could leak sensitive information, such as authorization credentials. So, what is the impact of SSRF attacks? So a successful SSRF attack can result in unauthorized actions or access to data within the organization. This can be in the vulnerable application or in other back-end systems that the application can communicate with. In some situations, the SSRF vulnerability might allow an attacker to perform an arbitrary command execution. Arbitrary SSRF hacks that cause connections to external third-party systems may result in malicious onward attacks. These can appear to originate from the organization hosting the vulnerable application. Okay. So what are some common SSRF attacks? So these are going to abuse the trust relationships to escalate an attack from the vulnerable application and perform unauthorized actions. These trust relationships might exist in relation to the server or in relation to other back-end systems within the same organization. So in an SSRF attack against the server, the attacker causes the application to make an HTTP request back to the server that is hosting the application via its loopback network interface. Typically involves supplying a URL with a hostname like 127.0.0.1, which is the local host itself, or localhost, a common used name for the same adapter. Okay, so let's see. Imagine a shopping application that lets the user view whether an item is in stock in a particular store. To provide the stock information, the application must query various back-end REST APIs. It does this by passing the URL to a relevant back-end API endpoint via the front-end HTTP request. So when a user views the stock status for the item, their browser might make the following request. So making a request to this endpoint product stock to a particular URL. So stock API equals HTTP something something something. So this causes the server to make the request to the specified URL to retrieve the stock status and return this to the user. In this case, the attacker can modify the request to specify a URL that is local to the server. So instead of some other URL, you can reference the local host itself and the admin endpoint. So the server fetches the contents of the admin URL and returns it to the user. An attacker can visit the admin URL, but the administrative functionality is normally only accessible to authenticated users. This means an attacker won't see anything of interest. However, if the request to the admin URL comes from the local machine, the normal access controls are bypassed, and the application grants full access to the administrative functionality because the request appears to originate from a trusted location. Okay, we've got one lab over here. So what we can do, if you want to try out these labs yourself, you just need to have an account over at portswigger.net. So the good thing about these labs is that they're completely free, and after you're logged in, you can access this one over here. So let's go ahead and give this one a try. Okay, so this is the name of the lab. And we're going to be, let's go ahead and do a little walkthrough for this. Because, you know, we love doing our walkthroughs. Okay. So this one's going to be for Portswigger. And we're just going to create a new file called SSRF server side request forgery. And the name of the lab is kind of long. It's kind of really long. It's called Basic SSRF against the local server. But let's label these while we create our walkthrough. So 01, and give this an MD on the top, on the end rather. Okay, I think we're good. So, like our other walkthroughs, we're going to be covering some basic points. The URL of the challenge, the concept we need to understand to finish the challenge, and the method of solving the challenge. Okay, let's get the URL for the challenge. Where is it? Over here. Okay. Don't think we're going to be doing Pico CTF today, so we can close this out too. Okay, so what's going on in this lab? So this lab has a stock check feature which fetches data from the internal system. To solve the lab, change the stock check URL to access the admin interface at localhost admin and delete the user Carlos. Okay, let's access the lab. We'll put this in a new tab just so we can see this information here if we need to reference back to it. Okay, we need to log in. Abel says, "Alright, then I have to leave now. I didn't sleep at all." Oh, it's 6:50 a.m. right now. Jeez, that's pretty late. Thank you very much for following. PPNet63, thank you. Welcome to the stream. But Abel443, thank you very much for coming by the stream, and hope to see you next time. Okay, so what's going on in here? The lab has a stock check feature which fetches data from the internal system. Okay, so Segfall says giant enter key. It's here. It's the giant enter key. So let's go ahead and check that one out. So view details. Made from soft nylon material and stuffed with cotton, the giant enter key is the ideal office edition. Wow, that sounds like a great... It's only $39, everybody. Okay, so check stock. Steve Young has subscribed. Thank you very much, Steve Young. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so we're going to check the stock in London. Let's go ahead and do that. So it says 831 units. So this is obviously not something we're going to be able to inject into unless we're using Burp Suite. So a lot of the labs in Portswigger Academy require Burp Suite to complete. So what we're going to do is, well, we already have Burp Suite running here. Let me go ahead and plug the lab into Burp Suite. Okay. And we're just going to run the stock check again. And then we can go back to Burp Suite and we can reference the lab. So API, where is it? Post to product stock. Okay. So this is what we want to manipulate in order to get our SSRF attack going. So this was stock API is going to go to this URL, but instead we're going to put it in the repeater. And we're going to start repeating this request in order to run our attack. So stock API equals, let's get rid of everything here. And so the lab wants us to do something specific. It wants us to change the store check URL to access the admin interface at HTTP localhost admin. So we just need to grab this, go back to Burp Suite and put that in, plug this into the stock API, what is it called? The key, or put this as the value for the key. Okay, send this off. And this should be the admin interface if it went through correctly. So it says admin panel over here. One good thing about Burp Suite is that if you don't want to constantly be looking at code for the responses from the server, you can click on the response and then click on the render button. And the render button is going to render out the web page as if it was rendered out by an actual web browser. So we got Carlos and Wiener. We can delete these users. And I think what we want to do is we want to delete the Carlos user. If we take a look at the code, we've got some links. So /admin/delete user Wiener and /admin/delete user Carlos. So we can just grab this and then go back to our request. And we can just plug this into the stock API parameter here. Okay, we're gonna send that, and this should delete the user Carlos and complete the lab. Okay, that does 301 found. If we go back to the lab, it says congratulations, you solved the lab. So we were able to delete the Carlos user using the server-side request forgery attack. Okay, let's go ahead and do our write-up. So the concept here is simple SSRF attack through a post URL parameter. Okay, so the method of solve, what do? We navigate to any product page. I guess we need to specify that we need to run this through the Burp browser. So run all of load up the lab in the Burp Suite browser. Navigate to any product page. Click on the, what is the page called? Check stock button over here. Yeah. Click on the check stock button. Look up the post request in the Burp Suite HTTP history tab. Send the post request to the Burp Suite repeater tool. And from there, we need to change the parameters of the request. So stock API, first we need to make sure that we can access the admin panel over at this endpoint. Let's see, where are we doing it? Here. Change the URL parameter. Actually, I guess we wouldn't really call these URL parameters. These are more like body data. So change the post body data. Lambda, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? We're just doing a little write-up. Send the request, and we see that we have access to the admin panel. Send the request again with the following body data to solve the lab. Okay, and we just need to make sure it looks like this. Okay, that's one lab done. Let's move on. Well, we'll talk about we'll do a little bit of reading about the next attack, and then we'll do the next lab. So, if you want to learn about any particular like web app security concept, I think the best way to do it is to do your reading on Portswigger Academy over here, or the Portswigger website, and then do the labs. The labs will really doing the reading and then finishing up with the lab is going to give you a lot of information and a lot of experience about how the vulnerability works, and doing it in a hands-on environment is really going to solidify like that kind of the topic in your mind. Okay, so why do applications behave in this way and implicitly trust requests that come from a local machine? So this can arise for various reasons. The access control check might be implemented in a different component that sits in front of the application server. When a connection is made back to the server, the check is bypassed. So for disaster recovery purposes, the application might allow administrative access without logging in to any user coming from the local machine. This provides a way for the administrator to recover the system if they lose their credentials. This assumes that only a trusted user would come directly from the server. The administrative interface might listen on a different port number to the main application and might not be reachable directly by users. So these kind of trust relationships where requests originating from the local machine are handled differently from ordinary requests often make SSRF into a critical vulnerability. So we got SSRF attacks against other backend systems. In some cases, the application server is able to interact with backend systems that are not directly reachable by users. These systems often have non-readable private IP addresses. The backend systems are normally protected by network topology, so they often have a weaker security posture. In many cases, internal backend systems contain sensitive functionality that can be accessed without authentication by anybody who is able to interact with the systems. In the previous example, imagine there was an administrative interface at the backend URL, https, this over here, /admin. An attacker can submit the following request to abuse the SSRF vulnerability and access the administrative interface. Sick the Mind, hello, nice to see you here. We're studying up on server-side request forgery stuff, because we encountered it last week. Just trying to brush up on these vulnerabilities. Welcome to the stream. Let's give you a Hack the Planet. Sick of Mine says, I do love me a good SSRF vuln. Well, I mean, they're pretty fun. I think they're pretty fun. Okay. So, access the administrative interface. We're accessing, instead of the regular endpoint, we're accessing an internal address over here. And then we're accessing the endpoint on that particular endpoint. Okay, let's go ahead and give this attack a try at the next lab. So this is the link for the lab if you want to give it a try. We're going to do a little write-up. Okay, so this is the second lab. Oh, okay. Oh, wow. Hold on. I accidentally pasted in the URL instead of the name of the challenge. That's going to lead to some real problems if I don't correct this. Okay. This is the name of the lab. So basic SSRF against another backend system. I've solved this one before. I just wanted to refresh myself and do the write-up. Okay, and let's record a couple of things. So the URL of the challenge, the concept we need to understand to do the challenge, and the method of solving the challenge. Let me grab the link for the lab. So the concept in this case is using SSRF to contact other backend servers. Okay. Let's start the lab. So this lab is a stock check feature which fetches data from an internal system. To solve the lab, use the stock check functionality to scan the internal 192.198x0x range for the admin interface on port 8080. And then use it to delete the user Carlos. Okay, so in this case, we're going to be doing some network fuzzing. Lambda says, where can I find the topics on Reddit? I'm a newbie to Reddit. Yeah, so the HackerFrogs Reddit is over here. And from there you can see the different threads. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna be doing a scan, or some fuzzing rather, to figure out where the vulnerable server is, and then we're gonna delete the user Carlos afterwards. So let's access the lab. So we're going to have to use Burp Suite to intercept some of these requests. So I'm just going to grab this. I'm going to put it in my Burp Suite browser. Okay, so which product should we investigate? How about Robot Home Security Buddy? This one looks good. Okay, so click on View Details, and then we're going to check the stock in London. So just like the previous one, it's the stock checker functionality that is vulnerable in this case. So after we check the stock, we can go back to Burp Suite, to the the proxy HTTP history tab. and then we're going to navigate to the most recent request. So the most recent request is post to product stock. I'm going to put that in the repeater. Okay, and then we're going to change the value for the stock API parameter. So we're going to do HTTP and hold on. So they give us a specific network range. Let me grab the description. Okay, scan the internal 192.168.0x range for the admin interface on port 8080. So we're just going to grab this, go back to Burp Suite. So this is the network range. We're just going to put 192.168.0.1. We're going to do this is HTTP something something, and we're going to look on port 8080 because that's what they asked us to do. Okay, and then we're going to send this off. So this isn't going to come back with anything, but it'll give us some information. It says missing parameter. Missing parameter bad request. So if we were to just reference like localhost, it should be able to give us something. Localhost. This gives a this gives a different error. Okay. Okay, let's look at the lab description again. Use a stock check functionality to scan the internal range for an admin interface. Oh, we're looking for the admin interface. Okay, that actually makes it a little bit more specific. Let's go back. So we're looking for the admin interface on port 8080. And what we want to do is we want to figure out which one of these IP addresses is going to be valid in this case. We send it here, it says missing parameter, but we're going to record this. So this request right here, this post request, we're going to record this by right-clicking on the request and then doing copy to file. So when we copy to file, we can record all the information that is part of the request, and then we can feed it to a different program. So the program we're going to feed it to is called FFUF, and it's a very commonly used program for fuzzing. And in this case, we're just going to call it SSRF rec.txt. Actually, let's do SSRF lab.txt. Sure. Save that out, and then now inside of our temp directory, we've got the request in here. We're going to edit it using the nano text editor. And we're gonna specify a fuzzing point. So we want to fuzz for the machines on the range over here. So 192.168.0, and then we're going to fuzz all the numbers from 1 to 255. We're going to specify that this is the fuzzing point by putting in the word fuzz here. Then we're going to save out the file, and then we're going to feed this into FFUF. Actually, before we do that, we need to create a number of IPs. So we're going to use the sequence command to do that from 1 to 255. And we're going to call this list of numbers range.txt. So if we take a look at range.txt after that's done, it's just a list of numbers from 1 to 255. And then we run FFUF with some requests. For the word list, we're going to use our range.txt file. Okay, so the other thing we need to understand is that this request is this an HTTP? It's an HTTP request. Okay, so the pages that we contact in these labs, these are not secure. These are not secure web pages. Oh, actually, wait, these... These look like... Okay, they do look like secure web pages because they've got HTTPS. Same thing over... Oh, this is non-HTTPS. Okay, so it looks like we're dealing with HTTP in this case. Sure. Okay, so let's run the thing. So we're looking for something that is legitimate. Let's match codes, all the things. And we're looking for something that doesn't come back as status 400. So we're going to filter on code 400. They all came back not good. Okay, so where are we fuzzing? Yeah, we're fuzzing here. So let's see, fuzzing here, port 8080, and the admin endpoint. One of these should have come back correct. That's kind of weird. I guess... Let me look at the lab description again. Okay, solve the lab, use the stock check functionality to scan the internal range for the admin interface on port 8080 and then use it to delete the user Carlos. Let me look back at my request. So stock API equals this. Maybe I need to put an extra slash on the end. I'm not too sure what's wrong with the request. Unless they're taking issue with the lack of URL encoding. It really wasn't an issue before, but could be. I wonder if it's could be possibly looking for HTTPS. Let me look back. So proxy post. So it's just looking for HTTP in this case. It's looking for the local. I mean, I'm guessing this is the local host. Localhost 8080. Ah, okay. Let's put this in the repeater. So we put this in the repeater and then we send it. Then we get a 200 OK. So the only thing that could be... What could be missing in this case? Let's go back. So we're just going to send it to... What was the range? This one. So we're looking for port 8080, and then we're looking for admin. Send that. Missing parameter. So bad request, missing parameter. So do we need to include the original parameter? The original parameter was something like store ID. Store ID equals 1. Okay, so let's try sending this with store ID equals 1. Missing parameter. Still says it's missing the parameter. The other thing we could do is stock check product ID, store ID equals 1. So it's going to stock check. Oh, it's also looking for product ID. So it's looking for product ID and store ID. Okay, so let's try that again. So the first one is product ID equals 1 and store ID equals 1. Product ID equals product ID equals. Yeah, I think this should be okay, but let me give it a try. Bad request. Illegal character. Okay, so maybe we need to URL encode this. Let me give it a try. Let's see. Encode. Convert selection, URL, encode key characters. Okay, send this. Missing, it still says missing parameter. Okay, so product stock check, product ID. So this is still port 8080. Product stock check, get rid of this, or actually wait, send it to the repeater first. Get rid of product stock check, replace this with admin. Send it. Okay, so this works. I guess. So product ID and store ID have to be included in the request. So let's go ahead and we'll save this instead. So this one, we'll save it to file, copy to file, call it SSRF Lab.txt. We'll replace the original one, and then we'll go in and edit the thing. Okay, and we just need to put our fuzz point in here. So it's the same IP range. So 192.168.0.1. We'll replace this with fuzz. I was looking at the refer header. Where's the refer header? Oh, okay. I wonder if the refer header really makes a big difference in this case. We'll find out in just a sec. Filtered. Okay, so let's status 400. These are all status 400. It shouldn't respond status 400 for number 1 because that's the legitimate server. So I'm not too sure why it really comes back like this. So post product stock, host this thing, do it in burp? Yeah, maybe. Okay, so we can also do this in burp as part of the intruder attack, but if that's the case, it might go kind of slow, but we'll try it anyways because it might get the job done. So we're gonna take this request, we're gonna send it to the intruder. The burp intruder is a brute force tool. Okay, and we'll specify that the attack the fuzzing parameter is going to be over here. So we're just going to highlight it, and then we're going to add the fuzzing point. And the fuzzing point is just going to be a list of numbers. So the list of numbers is, 1 to 255. I'm just going to get that list from the range file that we created. Okay, let's copy them all. Done. Okay, then go over to Burp Suite, paste in. Okay, so this is the only thing that we're changing as part of our request. We're trying to go to the admin endpoint. We have to supply the product ID and the store ID. But it could be that... No, we'll see what happens. We'll start the attack. Okay, so we got status 200 for the first one, for payload 1, but the other ones are status code 500. So we just need to find another payload that is status code 200. So we're going to filter, or we're going to sort by status code. So we just need to find another payload that returns 200. So this might take a little while because the burp intruder is really, really slow on the free version of Burp Suite. So we see that everything's slowed down to a crawl. It does one request every 5 seconds or every 10 seconds. It's really slow, but if it gets the job done, then it's okay. We'll check back up on this in a second. I want to come back to my FFUF payload here, and I want to figure out what's wrong with it. Okay, let's take a look at... So product ID, store ID, admin, this is all the same. The fuzzing point is here. I'm just not sure what has gone wrong. Okay, let's go back to Burp Suite, see if we've got any hits. 52. 52 comes back correct. So yeah, that's the correct one for this one. FIFA Boy, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? We're just doing some web app hacking stuff. We're trying to do some attacks to get web applications to give us access where it shouldn't. That kind of good thing. So yeah, 52 is supposed to be the correct one. So when we run FFUF, are we not supposed to do request proto HTTP in this case? Okay, I think it's because we're not dealing with HTTP. We're dealing with HTTPS. So when we deal with HTTPS, we have to give FFUF a specific parameter. So this is just normal. We run it normal. We filter on code 500, and we should be able to get the correct payloads. So 52 and 1 both work. Okay, so we figured it out. Great. So all we need to do is go back to Burp Suite. So the intruder attack, it worked. That's great. I discard this thing. Okay, and then go to the repeater and specify that we're going to 52. 192.168.0.52, and then send the request. In the response, we see that this is the admin panel. Glymax, hello, nice to see you here. Get cleaned up from work. Hey, thank goodness it's not Friday, it's Wednesday. Okay, so we're able to get access to the admin panel here, so we can delete the user Carlos. It shows us the URL we need to do that. Over here. Admin delete username Carlos. What CTF is this? This is Portswigger. Portswigger Academy, and it's part of their series on server-side request forgery. Okay, so we just need to adjust this so that we also include delete username Carlos. Okay, go to the request. Thank you very much for following Carson Boy on Twitch. Okay, so delete. This one is another and, right? So product. And delete oh wait, are we sending this to the delete endpoint? Let me check. This is the delete endpoint. Okay, so we need to send it to the endpoint. So admin / delete. Wait, the slash is %3a, right? GG Quack says only halfway through the week and feeling groggy. Oh, sorry to hear that. Okay, we got ads running on Twitch. I'll run them on YouTube, and we'll take a little water break. Okay, everybody, observe. These birds are having a little argument. We'll be back in about 25 seconds. Masterism says %3a is the colon, I believe. Yeah, you know what we should do? We should probably activate the URL encode as type. Where is it? URL encode as type. So admin / delete and this stuff over here. So and username equals Carlos. So I think what we need to do we need to encode these things. This one needs to be encoded. Convert selection. URL encode as type didn't quite work. So encode key characters. This one didn't get encoded. I mean, this one's a key character. Well, this is a key character. URL encode. Okay, now let's send this request. Okay, that's found, and if we go to this here, it says congratulations to solve the lab. So it worked. Okay, I don't think we're going to be able to solve the next lab in the next 11 minutes or so, but let's go ahead and do our write-up for this lab. Okay, so using SSRF to contact other backend servers, the method of solve in this case is need to put the lab landing page inside the Burp Suite browser. Then go to any product page and use the check stock button. Okay, look at the post request in the Burp Suite HTTP history. Second of Mine says, I got faith in good. Have faith in you, says Second of Mine. Thank you, thank you. It took a little bit of time to figure out that we need to include all the URL parameters to get this thing working, but you know, we got there eventually. Red Team Rookie, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? We're just doing some labs over at Portswigger. So if you want to become really good at doing web app security stuff, I highly recommend doing the labs over at Portswigger because, you know, the stuff that they teach you here is actually pretty relevant. And there have been some times when I was doing actual web app security testing where I would run through all the stuff, all the attacks that I did inside of the Portswigger labs on my engagements. I would, you know, go through the list, SSRF, try it out, go through the list, SQL injection, do the payloads from the labs work, that kind of thing. Okay, so let's go back. Cybernerd Dante, happy web day, everybody. Hello, Cybernerd Dante, nice to see you here. Red Team Rookie says, I'm into web hacking and doing ports. So we're currently doing SQL. SQL is a really big topic. It is. I've been doing SQL stuff for years, and I'm still, you know, I still think that I have only just scratched the surface of SQL stuff. Okay, so look at the post request in the Burp HTTP history. We need to fuzz the IP range with the SSRF vulnerability. Send the legit post request to the repeater tool. Edit the post body so that actually we don't need to edit the post body. Actually, we do. We need to edit the post body so that we're accessing the admin endpoint. Okay. After it replies without errors, Red Team Rookie says, union attacks. Yeah, I mean, what you need to do is you just need to do a bunch of labs where you need to do a bunch of union attacks to in order to pass. So I think just keep on doing labs where you need to do union attacks. Eventually, you'll get the hang of it. That's what I think, at least. Okay, copy the request to a file. For example, we'll call it SSRF Lab.txt. Okay, and then what? We need to make a list of numbers to fuzz for the IP address. We do that with sec 1 to 255. Redirect that into a file called range.txt. Okay, and then now we can use, actually wait, edit the SSRF Lab.txt file and replace the number 1 in the IP address with fuzz. Use FFUF to fuzz the endpoint and get a legitimate IP that is on the same range. Okay, let's get that FFUF command that we used. Was this one? Okay, so whatever IP number we discover in addition to the one whatever IP number we discover in addition is the IP address we want to abuse. Go back to the burp suite repeater attack request and replace the body with the following. Okay. So what we're doing here is kind of similar to to a report that we would write if we were to find the same kind of vulnerabilities inside of a client application. We would write a report that somebody could use to recreate the steps that we did to perform the attack, and we would also include some remediation steps. So this is how you can recreate the attack, so that somebody who is technically minded as part of the applications team would be able to use to recreate the attack. And we'd also, provide some tips to secure the application against further attacks of this type. Okay, something like this. Well, not the delete one. Hold on. In this case, replace the 52 in the IP address with the number that you find. Okay, so this confirms that we can access the admin endpoint. On the other IP address. Use this post body content to delete the Carlos user and solve the challenge. Okay, let's include it. Where is it? Okay, and we're done. Alright, so we managed to solve 2 SSRF labs in our little session here, but yeah. I think server-side request forgery is a really interesting attack, and I am interested in doing more of these labs because I did them like 3 or 4 years ago, and I need to refresh myself. And I also need to document it this time because the previous time I didn't document it. And you know what? In cybersecurity, if you didn't document something, it didn't happen. So this time I'm going to document it so that we can so that I can reference this stuff in the future. Okay, so let's close out all this stuff, and we can move on to the last part of today's stream. Stop. Okay. Topic 3 is done, and we're just doing topic 4 now. Let's go ahead and give ourselves a couple hours to work on this, and then after a couple hours is done, we will evaluate to see if we want to continue. Okay, so we're going to be going back to a challenge we were doing last week. Last week we were doing TryHackMe, what is it called? Rabbit Store? Room. There we go. So this is a free room. All you need to do is have an account over at TryHackMe, and then you can access it. Okay, I was having some troubles accessing this accessing the TryHackMe network, and if I'm having a lot of trouble accessing the TryHackMe network this time, we might move on to another exercise instead of this one, because I don't want to fight TryHackMe, you know, to do this. There are so many other challenges we could be doing, but if we can actually access the challenge, then we'll do a little walkthrough of what we found on this particular server, and then we'll try to finish the challenge. I don't like how the OpenVPN connection is taking so long to finish. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna reset my my machine. So there might be something weird going on with it. Let me go ahead and shut down my Kali machine. We'll come back to this. Sometimes all you need to do is restart your machine, and then the problems go away. Okay. Alright, Kali's up again. Just need to access the challenge one more time. So the machine up, let's go ahead and start the machine. And I'll just go into my terminal, and I'll make a couple of tabs. So I'm just gonna give these tabs some colors so that I can differentiate them a little better. Then we'll go back in. Okay, so this is gonna be my VPN access tab, and I'm just going to move over to downloads. Sudo OpenVPN, this one. Okay, hope this works. We're going to go back to TryHackMe, and we've got our IP address. So I was having trouble accessing the machines after I connected via OpenVPN. previously, well, earlier in the day. Okay, I think we should be okay. Let me check our IP address. So if you check your networking information after you connect via OpenVPN, you should see an interface called TUN0 or something similar. You should have an IP address on that particular network or the networking device, and then you know that you should be okay to go. Okay, let's copy the target IP, then we're running a quick, well, we're going to quick ping against the machine. So this is no good. So the ping didn't return. 100% packet loss. We don't have we can't access the machine. Okay, let's try an Nmap scan. Nmap. Okay, yeah, I can't access the machine. The VPN doesn't give me access to the network. So I've had quite a few different new VPN config. Maybe. Let me give it a try. So let's see. We can go to access, right? Access machines, here it is. Okay. So you're disconnected. To access the machines, you need to either use AttackBox or OpenVPN. Okay, so we're using Linux. Where's my access page? Here. Okay, so this is US West regular. We're gonna regenerate this. Signal says sometimes I run into that on THM. I just instantly re-download the new config. Okay, so if that's the case, we're just gonna disconnect from OpenVPN. Then we're gonna delete the stuff. Delete, what is this called? THM West server. And I think they give us a key called the shyhat.openvpn. I'll delete that too. Okay, so after that we're gonna regenerate. And after we regenerate, we can download the configuration file again. So okay, so that's done. Let's download configuration file. That downloads the shyhat.openvpn. Let's run it. Okay, let's see if this works. So the problem, I think part of the problem is that the VPN keys that they assign to you, they're not using the latest version of OpenVPN. So the ciphers that they're using are kind of out of date, and that gets in the way of a proper connection. I mean, I could go into OpenVPN, like the configurations and stuff, and try to resolve this, but it should be something that TryHackMe gets resolves themselves. It shouldn't be on the users to fix their TryHackMe's, bad infrastructure. Okay, let's see if we're connected now. Still not connected. So the other thing we could do... Oh, wait, what, are we connected? We might be connected now. Still no. ETH0, ETH1, Docker. Yeah. Okay, so the other thing we can do is we can try moving over to another server, and hopefully the key for that server isn't out of date. Okay, we've got our ton 0 now, so we might be connected to the network. Let's give it a try. Okay, where was the machine? Here. Okay, we've got our IP address. We'll give it a ping. Nope. Okay, so we'll switch to another server and we'll re-download our key. If it doesn't work, we're gonna have to abandon this. Let me delete the key. Okay, then access. We'll switch over to US East regular 1. Okay, and then we will regenerate our key. And then we'll download the file. I guess we could also just use the attack box, but that kind of really limits us in the amount of like time we can spend on the box, because you only get a, well, I mean, I'm on a free account right now. Anyways, let's see if this works first. Okay. Okay, this is more responsive. That's good. Still giving us the strange cipher errors. We are connected to ton 0, so we're okay. We can contact the server again. Okay, that's great. All right, so we're in business. So the first thing we would do on a target like this is just give it a little nmap scan. So I'm just gonna quickly go through the steps. The walkthrough steps for this. So an nmap, against this target over here, and it tells us that there's port 80 and port 22. So I mean, this is a classic combination for CTF boxes. And what we can do is we can try to navigate to the URL inside of our web browser. So when we do that, we're gonna cloudsite.thm. So it redirects us to cloudsite.thm. Normally, we don't have this added to our Etsy hosts list, so we wouldn't be able to resolve the site. It redirects over here, and we would have to manually add this to our Etsy host file. So let me show you how you do that. Okay, so you know what? This shouldn't be happening because this is the wrong IP address. Yeah, this is the wrong IP address. Okay, let's reload this. Actually, let's do this inside of a private window, just to show everybody that it shouldn't resolve this. So what this is going to do is it's going to try to resolve this IP address to the domain that we found, or the domain that that we saw. And it seems like it just hangs. Hold on, let me try accessing the server again. Yeah, okay. So I mean, we are able to access the server, okay. But this doesn't resolve at all. Actually, let's see what happens if we send a curl request. So curl. Okay, yeah, the document is moved, and then it references this over here. So this is the sign for us to add this to our etc host file. So this IP address should resolve to cloudsite.thm, and we'll just call this the text editor. Let's replace the IP address here. So that's going to make sure that when we type in cloudsite.thm, it resolves to this IP address. So we're just gonna save this, and then we're going to take a look at the regular web page. So the regular web page is cloudsite.thm. Okay, and it resolves to a web page that looks like this. So the actual vulnerability isn't on this website. What we need to do in this case is we need to do a little bit of subdomain enumeration. So this is the main domain. So cloudsite.thm is the main domain, but there might be a subdomain that exists in the on this website as well. So there might be like a store.cloudsite.thm or a admin.cloudsite.thm subdomain. We can start looking for these with FFUF. So it's a fuzzing program. Let's call this fuzzing attack. So we got this tab over here. And the way we would normally look for subdomains on a target like this is we could do something that looks like this. Okay, I'll provide the command to everybody in the chat as well. So what we would do here is we would use FFUF on this particular host. So the host header is going to be host fuzz.cloudsite.thm. This is where the subdomain words are going to go that we're going to test. So the URL that we're going to contact is cloudsite.thm. We're going to match all the codes, and we're going to look in this list over here that has the top 1 million different subdomain names. So we're just going to check to see if each one of these exists. So when we send this request over here, we see that most of these are going to come back with a negative result. So the negative result is going to send 10 lines, it's going to send 18 words, and it's going to send a status 302. What we want to do is we want to filter out all of these bad requests, and we can do that by filtering on either the lines or the words. So we're going to filter on the words because all these bad requests are coming back with 18 words in the response. So we're just going to filter on words 18 and send the same attack. So we see here that we found a subdomain called storage. So what we need to do is we need to add storage, the subdomain, to our etc host file. So we can go back to our text editor, and in addition to cloudsite.thm, we're also going to associate this IP address with storage.cloudsite.thm. Okay, we're going to save that, and then we're going to navigate to the storage subdomain. So we're just going to go over here. And we see here that we've got some sort of account login. So some sort of application that we can log into. And so we don't know what the credentials could be, but we know that we could register an account for ourselves. So because I'll let you know that we're going to require Burp Suite to do this next attack. So I'm just going to start up Burp Suite now. Okay, start up Burp Suite. It's clearly admin. Well, I mean, we could give it a try. What I'm trying to do is I'm just trying to walk everybody through all the stuff that we found last time. Okay, we're just going to go to proxy and then open the browser. So the Burp Suite browser is going to sit between. It's going to sit in front of the Burp Suite, what is it called? Proxy. And the proxy is going to record all the traffic that goes between the Burp Suite browser and the web server. So let's see, cloudsite.thm storage. Navigate it to it here. Okay, so we're going to try registering a new user. So click on sign up and then test@test.com, and the password is going to be, I don't know, how about password? Okay, click on register, and then user registered successfully. So after we've registered the user, we can try signing in. So test@test.com, password. Okay, and then we get a message. Sorry, this service is only for internal users working within the organization and our clients. Okay, so our suspicion here is that the cookie that has our session information is what is blocking us from seeing the internal users panel. So we can go over to the cookies inside the browser. Let's see. Storage. Oh, you know what? We can just go over to Burp Suite. So in Burp Suite, after we go over to the login request, we're going to see that in the response they give us a cookie. So set cookie this thing over here. So we're just going to copy the cookie value, and we see that it's a JWT. So JWTs are JSON Web Tokens, and JSON Web Tokens for user sessions usually have a bunch of data that's embedded into them. So you can just copy the cookie, and we could use a well-known application such as JWT.io to take a look at the contents of the cookie. So in the decoder on this website, we can just paste in our JWT token, and it's going to tell us that this is our information here. So we got email test@test.com and subscription inactive. This is what locks us out of the dashboard. What we want to do is we want to make it so that subscription is active, and that would give us access. So the interesting thing about this application is that you can actually set your subscription to active when you create your user account, which is normally not what you're supposed to be able to do. But it's a particular quirk of this application. So the way we can abuse this is we can go back to our register request, and then we can send this to the repeater. Burp Suite says Burp Suite is a man in the middle. Blanky Blanket says, when are we supposed to apply this? So if you're able to find an application that reveals, like, some sensitive parameters, like, subscription equals inactive or subscription equals active, you could potentially give yourself access when you register your account. It's a vulnerability called mass assignment, and Normally in the registration process, you're only supposed to be able to provide your email and password. But in this case, you can provide the email, the password, and you can also give yourself a subscription. So we're just going to go over here. We need to change our email. We're going to do frog@test.com. Burp Suite as a proxy is a little bit different from a man in the middle. Yeah. So Burp Suite is a proxy. It's just something that sits between. I guess you can use it for men. It does collect information, and it lets you use that information for further attacks and stuff like that. It's not necessarily a man in the middle, but I think you can use it for different types of man in the middle attacks. Okay, so frog@test.com. We can use the same password, but we can also supply an extra parameter here. So the extra parameter is going to be subscription. Subscription active. Blanky says, I like doing all that, but I mean, can I just do this without Linux? You don't need to use Linux. If you prefer to use Windows, that's fine. You can install Burp Suite on your Windows machine. Yeah. But I mean, people have, I think we had this conversation during the last stream, but you don't need to hack from a Linux machine if you don't want to. You just need to learn how to do to use the different programs using Windows or whatever operating system you want to. Okay, subscription active. Oops. Okay, so let's try sending this. So we send this, and then in the response, we get created. User registered successfully. So this means that the new user that we created here, frog@test.com, has a subscription active now. So we can log in as that user. Second Mind says, Burp Suite works on Windows, Linux, and Mac, Community Edition, or Pro. Yeah, I mean, when I was doing security testing, when I was doing like web app security testing, I knew a person who worked entirely in Windows. So they were like a wizard. They were a really good web app security tester. They didn't use any Linux. They used completely Windows. Where are we? Okay, log out. We're going to log back in as the new user that we created. frog@test.com. Password. Sick the Mind says, remember the Mandiant Windows pen testing OS mod? Yeah, I think it was called, what was it called again? The Mandiant machine was called, I don't even remember the name. Anyways, log in as the new user, and now we've got access to the subscriber panel, or the active one. Commando, yeah, Commando OS or something, or Commando VM. But I don't think, is Commando VM still supported? Blankety Blanket says, so people who use Linux are like weak. I don't think so. I mean, I really like Windows. I like Windows. I like Linux. Use whatever OS you're comfortable with. I don't think we should be starting as a hacker. You need to understand that you're going to be using. If you don't like Windows, you're going to be using Windows if you're hacking Windows. And if you don't like Linux, you're going to be using Linux if you're hacking Linux. You don't get to choose. Weak is it's a pretty crazy statement, yeah. Anyways, so we come out to this web page here that we've authenticated into, and we've got some really interesting features here. So we can upload a file from our localhost machine, but we can also upload a file from a URL, which means that we can specify a URL to upload from. This is really dangerous. It means that you can upload from like any source you want, and this endpoint is vulnerable to server-side request forgery, which is the attack that we were taking a look at previously. Sickman Mind says, When I was a consultant tester, I needed both Linux and Windows to test and experiment and to build payloads for pen testing. Blanket Blanket says, I don't know. I don't know. I would rather hack my own system instead of doing a lat. I'm not too sure what you mean by all that, or are you talking about Linux, or are you talking about something else? I would rather hack my own system. Listen. If you want to, like do hacking stuff, and you are dead set against learning how to use Linux, you're not going to get very far. You need to hack this. You need to learn the system that you're hacking. If you refuse to learn the system, you don't get to play the game. Okay, so upload from URL. So we can try uploading something from the URL, and in this case, it is actually vulnerable to server-side request forgery. We can give it like something like HTTP localhost. Let's see. Blanky Blanket says, not on my $700 laptop. I can't. So is your $700 laptop running Windows? Obito Uchiha says, so sad this is the last topic. Well, I mean, we'll be back on Friday. If you have any questions about, any of the stuff that we're doing, even if you have questions about, unrelated stuff, feel free to leave it in the chat. I'll try to answer the questions as best I can. Okay, so localhost, just localhost, I don't know. We could try storage.cloudsite.thm/dashboard/active, and we can see what happens after we send this. Let's see. Success, error storing file from URL. File path undefined. Oh, I misspelled the word storage. Okay, everybody remember, if you misspell things, you don't get to hack. Okay, so file from URL stored successfully. They give you the path to where the file is stored, which is over here. So what we can do is we can just move over to all Windows. I'm a fanboy, I guess. I mean, you can't be married. You can't be married to one type of system if you want to be a hacker. You have to learn the system that you're hacking. I guess it's a lot easier if you're doing web stuff, because web stuff is mostly like device agnostic. But even if you're only doing web attacks, you're gonna have to learn how to do some Linux stuff, because Linux is the OS that runs a lot of web servers. Okay, so this lets us download a file. It's called E38 something something. And if we take a look at the contents of that over here in the downloads directory, E38. This might be a common question, but what age did he start coding? Second in mind says 12 or 13. My answer is 41. Probably like a year into learning about cybersecurity. I started learning about cybersecurity in 2020 when I turned 40, and it was a big shift for me. Anyways, token not provided. So token not provided. All right. Well, the thing is about this particular response is that we were able to make contact with the endpoint through the upload. Okay, and let's go over to our burp suite. We made a request to post store URL the API over here. And if we go over to the repeater, we can specify the URL in this particular request. So the other thing we can do is we can do a little bit of API testing. So we see that the post request was sent over to the API endpoint. APIs are pretty common things. They're pretty common things for security testing in this case. And what we can do is we can test the API. And so that's let's see. So to test the API, we can go over to we can use FFUF. So FFUF, we can specify an endpoint. In this case, it's going to be storage.cloudsite.thm. Making it to your level at your age is so cool. You sound like a vampire. No offense. I guess I have a young sounding voice. I don't know how much longer I'll have a young sounding voice. Maybe in 10 years I'll start sounding like a grandpa. Who knows? Okay, so cloudsite.thm API, and then we can test for different API endpoints like this. We need to provide a word list when we're fuzzing for this API, for the different API endpoints. And I'm pretty sure we can get oh, this is a fuzzing attack. Yeah, we can do it over here in the other tab. Okay, let's move on over here. Okay, and what we need to do is we need to get a list of common API endpoint names. I believe your voice will never die. We'll see. We'll see. All right, so if you're using Kali Linux, oh, sick in the mind. I had a person in chat the other day who said that only script kiddies use Kali Linux, and that real pen testers wouldn't use Kali Linux for pen testing. I'm pretty sure that some people, well, I mean, I'm pretty sure some pen testers don't use Kali Linux for pen testing. Like, I've got a friend who decided that he was only going to use Windows, but I think a lot of pen testers use Kali Linux. They usually use like a Kali Linux virtual machine for their pen testing, and they use like a fresh install of Kali Linux for each engagement. But that was just my experience. What's your experience like, sick in the mind? Pen testing in 2025, the majority of pen testers are a spectrum of script kiddies. That's something that's something that that a lot of people are going to take issue with. The OG script kiddies, the thing was all about people using other people's scripts. Yeah, I mean, there are definitely a lot of advantages to using a Kali Linux machine to do your pen testing, because you don't have to worry about installing a bunch of tools, every time you reach for something new. But there are definitely disadvantages as well, and advantages to using your own custom environment. Okay, so we're going to locate our API endpoints. So look at the sec list, get out the API endpoints. Common API endpoints. What else is there? Actions, objects, uppercase, lowercase. Okay, let's just try this common API endpoints list, and we're going to feed this into our fuzzing attack. Sick in the Mind says, if you didn't write impact, we're all guilty of using it in modern pen testing. It's an ego hit for a lot of people. It sure is. A lot of people are going to get really upset when you talk about stuff like that. Blankety Blanket says, is it bad to take notes about someone else's coding stream comments? I am a nerd. What do you mean by take notes about somebody else's coding stream comments? I mean, this is all public. This is all public. If you want to copy, some stuff from what people say in the chat, that's fine. If they didn't want it shared, they wouldn't put it in. They wouldn't put it in the chat. So keyword fuzz defined. Oh, It's not defined. Okay. So we're going to put the fuzz endpoint over here. And we find these different endpoints. So there's login, register, uploads, and docs. Never bad to take notes. He's doing this to help people learn. If you felt it had value for you to take notes, it's added value for you. Yeah, I mean, I'm here to help people get into cybersecurity stuff. You can ask all the questions you want. I try to, I try to cover stuff from that beginners are going to be able to pick up on. Of course, some of the stuff I do might be a little bit difficult to pick up on if you're like a super newbie. Okay, so we find that there's a docs endpoint, login, register, and uploads. And what we want to do is we want to try accessing those. So the docs endpoint, I'm pretty sure that from our authenticated session over here, so API docs, so it says access denied. So obviously our account can't access the docs endpoint from here. I don't know, what if I become greater than you someday? I want to go on my own path. Yeah. I mean, listen, if I help somebody become like a better hacker than me, then I'm happy. I'm not all that great a hacker. I just consider myself a person who learned it. I'm a person who learned enough to teach some stuff. And the stuff I'm teaching is basics. So I myself struggle with more advanced concepts myself. So I'm probably good enough to teach some basics to people. That's about all I can do right now. Okay, so we're not logged in anymore, huh? Okay, here we are. Okay, so what we need to do from here is we need to do exactly what we did. Second line says, comparing yourself to somebody else's success is a shallow way to measure success. Compare yourself to your success to the you from yesterday or from a decade ago. Yeah, if you're just constantly comparing yourself to other people, it can be kind of not great for your mental health. Okay, I hope I'm world famous to be even more rude to your legacy. Even more rude to my legacy. You shouldn't look at it like that. You shouldn't look at it like that. There are people with a lot of big egos inside of cybersecurity and in the hacking scene. You should aim to not be one of those people. You should be a person who aims to, be happy about other people's success and to learn from one another. This is what you should be doing. Okay, so from here, what we want to do is we want to discover what other machines on the network that we could access, or what other ports on the network that we could access. So the way we would do this, first of all, I need to go into TryHackMe and I need to add some time to this machine because I only have 20 minutes left. Yeah, I mean, if you really want to learn hack and learn some new stuff every day, take some notes. By the end of the month, if you're learning some new stuff every day, then you've got a collection of new techniques to use. Exigency ID asks, how do you identify possible vulnerabilities like SSRF and others? Is it just through training more and more CTFs, machines, challenges, etc.? So Exigency ID, the way you identify stuff like SSRF is you start to see patterns when you're examining machines. So whenever you see stuff like upload from localhost, like in file upload type of function, we could check that function for file upload attack. And if you see upload from URL, anytime you're able to supply a URL to the application, you could potentially test the application for server-side request forgery. Being able to supply your own URL is a really big indicator that you should be testing for the SSRF vulnerability. Okay, so wait, does that mean that in a way we are an infinite type of system where we're like handshaking each other? I don't know what we're talking about. Infinite types. Listen. Nobody invented all this stuff by themselves. We're all standing on the shoulders of giants. I'm learning hacking techniques from other people who learned hacking techniques from everybody else. We decided sometime in like the 2000s that we weren't going to hoard our hacking techniques. We were going to share them. Before, you would be on the internet, and some people would say, I know to hack this thing and this thing, and they would hide these techniques, and they would only share it with people that they trusted or whatever. And this was the wrong way to go about it, as far as security stuff was concerned. Okay, Portswigger here, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna test to see if we could access certain endpoints. So in this case, we're gonna try port 80. So file stored from URL successfully, and then it gives this thing over here. So what we can do is we can create another request file that we can do some fuzzing with. Okay, so we've got ads running on Twitch right now, so I'll run them on YouTube as well, and we'll put on some birds. These are my favorite birds. They're Stellar's jays, and they're fledglings. We'll be back in about 60 seconds. Just need to take a little water break. Okay, we'll put the birds away and we'll get back to the hacking. Blanky says, so if we learn more and more techniques, wouldn't that mean that we would be able to entertain ourselves with new coding content? Why wouldn't we want that? We have to love coding content since it's fun. I mean, if we're talking about coding in particular, I think the people who really enjoy coding, they really like building a machine that does exactly what they want. Because you can use the code to, do a lot of different stuff. But being able to solve problems by using code, and if you think of the code as like, as like a problem-solving tool, then you can really get addicted to coding. I mean, I think it's really nice when my code works and it does what it's actually supposed to do. But yeah, not everybody else gets that kind of satisfaction. Okay, so we're just gonna copy the file. We're going to create a new request file. We're going to call this port fuzzing, portfuzz.txt, because what we want to do with this particular request is figure out if there are any other ports on the system that are hosting websites. Okay. I love coding to be lazy. Well, I mean, when you code, you can also make code that makes it easier for you to do your job. Yeah, and that's what Second Mind is talking about. Okay, so let's go back. So we got this portfuzz.txt request file. We're just going to go in and edit it. Let's see, text editor. Okay, so this file here has all of the information that we need to send this request to the server. In this case, we're just going to replace port 80 with fuzzing, and we're going to fuzz all of the different ports that could potentially have websites, host websites. Okay, Blanky says, I think coding is the most ideal thing for creation. You can literally play God with New World in things that you made. Second of Mind says, it's not that serious. It literally solves problems for like 5 to 10 processes that are annoying. Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, if you learn how to code in specific coding languages, you can build games, you can build different applications, you can build whatever you want. Coding is my goat. It is that deep. Well, I mean, everybody has a different relationship with coding, and if you learn to love coding, if you learn to be talented at coding, you can do a lot of good stuff. You can do a lot of you can solve a lot of different problems, let's say. Okay, so in addition to this request file, we're also going to create a list of ports, or like a series of ports. So there are 665,000 different ports on a system, but we're just going to cover the first 10,000 over here. We're going to record this list in a file called numbers.txt. Simon Dante says, coding Nmap NSE scripts with Lua is pretty cool too. I've never done any coding with Lua before. I'm actually kind of curious as to what Lua was really used for back in the day. Or if it's popular now. Is Lua popular these days? Okay, so let's do our SSRF with numbers.txt, and we're going to do our fuzzing over with what was it? Portfuzz? Portfuzz.txt. I think we also have to send them proto whatever it is. So let's see. Yeah, request proto. I feel like if coding was my dog, I'm not too sure how to interpret that. Cyber Dante says, I saw some John Hammond posting some Lua malware videos. Okay. I only know about Lua from playing with Nmap, though. Let's see. Second of Mind says, video game modding is the most popular implementation of Lua that I'm aware of. Huh. Okay, we can request proto HTTP. Okay, so we see here that we're able to send a lot of different requests here, and most of them come back status 500. Status 500, and what we need to do is we need to filter those out. So filter code 500, and we get port 80. Port 80 works, and then Blanky asks, what is your most idealized coding project to make possible in the future? My most idealized coding project? I'm not sure. I mean, at the moment, I'm learning how to code in C, and the reason why I'm coding in C is because I want to learn how to reverse engineer C code. Ooh, there's also port 8000. I didn't find this before. I wonder what's actually happening on port 8000. So we managed to find a couple of different services running on running internally in this case. One on port 3000 and one on port 8000. So we can investigate these. So what we can do is we can try to access different resources from the servers running on port 3000 and 8000. So in this case, we can go in and we can reference port 3000 here, and we can try to get the documents API endpoint. So it's like /API/docs, and we can see if we can try to read this particular file. Okay, we'll send that request. It says file stored from URL successfully. So what we're able to do here is we're able to get the contents of these files, and it saves them over to this upload directory. I'm just going to copy that. Go back. And then access the file from here. Okay, so it creates this file here that we can read, 8BE. Where is it? Okay, here's the downloads directory, 8BE. We're just going to read this file here. What this should contain is the document's API endpoint. So it says endpoints perfectly completed. Okay, so post requests, API register, API login, API upload, API store URL, and API fetch messages from chatbot. I guess Blanky says, I guess we have cool motives on what we want to do with our future projects. I want to make new languages and make them operate better than we have now. That aspiration is cool in my eyes. Yeah, I mean, if you want to create your own coding languages, the first thing you want to do is you want to study some really popular languages first of all. And then after you're really good at coding those coding in those languages, you might be able to use those languages to create a new language. Okay, so it says all requests to the endpoint are sent in JSON format. So this is something we need to understand. And what we want to do in this case is we want to access this interesting endpoint here, API fetch messages from chatbot. So it says current, and we can change our request. So from post to API store URL to something else. Let's API fetch messages from chatbot. Yeah, I mean, Blanky, I hope you do some cool stuff in the future, and if you manage to do that cool stuff, remember your old friend Shy Hat over at the HackerFrogs channel. Okay, so what are we doing over here? I guess what we need to do is we need to send a message. Message equals give me all the creds. Or no, wait, HackerFrogs like and subscribe. Shill whenever you need to. Okay, send the message, see what happens. Okay, username parameter is required. Okay, so the API endpoint lets us know what it wants. So we'll just replace message with username. Okay, and I guess we have a user. The username is... Actually, let's try username admin and see what happens. Okay, send it out. It says, greeting, sorry admin, our chatbot is currently under development. Greeting, sorry admin, our chatbot is currently under development. So, a person asked how we know what we need to test when we do our web app security testing. So typically when we see that when we supply like some user input, like admin, and we see that the application echoes out. It echoes out our user input in the resulting page. This means that we could potentially do an attack called server-side template injection, because the application is obviously using some sort of code to include our user input in its in the resulting web page, right? So what we can do is we can start testing to see if server-side template injection exists. And typically the way we do this is we try to make the application do some math for us. So 7 times 7. And we see if the application does the multiplication for us in the output. So we send this, and it says, sorry, 49. Our chatbot server is currently under development. Simon Dante says it might just be my network, but it showed your stream going down about a minute ago here on Twitch. No worries. I don't think it did. Hold on. Yeah, I mean, I see on my own screen the stream is still up. But thanks for letting me know about that. So just so I can keep track of it in the future. Okay, so the application did math for us, right? It did 7 times 7, which, well, the other thing we can do is we could do this. We could do 7, the string, times 7. And if it interprets this as 7 sevens, then we know for sure that this application is vulnerable to server-side template injection. Okay, we send that. It says bad request. Okay, so the reason... Oh, okay. The reason why it says bad request is because we used two sets of double quotes. Whenever you're doing quotes inside quotes, you need to alternate between single quotes and double quotes. So in this case, we need to switch to single quotes. Thank you very much for following, Guafi. Thank you. And you know what? Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about some Yancat? Here you go. Okay, so we send the request, and then it says, sorry, 77777. That's the confirmation that the application is vulnerable to server-side template injection. With server-side template injection, we can sometimes we can get remote code execution, which means that we can get the underlying server to run whatever commands we want it to. So there's a bunch of different ways that we can craft these kind of payloads to do server-side template injection. But one of the applications that I use a lot these days is this one right here. It's called Payload Playground, and it can be used to create a lot of different hacking payloads. So in this case, we can just move on over to template injection, SSTI, and then we can start making some... Well, I'm making the assumption that the templating engine that's being used is Jinja 2, which is the one that's used by Python. So well, I mean, I guess one thing that we could do to confirm that that's Jinja 2 it's being used is we could send it a few of these different payloads. So this configuration one over here, let's just plug that in and then send it across. Okay, and because it returned something, that means that the payload was successful. Just a second, everybody. Gonna switch up the music. How about we play some super intense music from XCOM 2? Actually, Cyberpunk is really good too. Cyberpunk 2077. Okay, so yeah. So now that we've confirmed the templating engine that's being used, we can start creating some payloads. So Jinja 2, we're going to do RCE. So RCE means remote command execution. So Python 2, Jinja 2. Okay, the command execute is going to be ID in this case. I mean, we want to get the name of the user that's running the web browser with the web application in this case. So it's going to run some who am I. I'm going to grab one of these payloads, go back to Burp Suite, and replace it. Okay, and then we'll see if it comes back. Okay, sorry, Asriel. Our chatbot is currently under development. So Azrael is the name of the user in this case. And what we want to do is we want to send a payload that is going to give us direct access to the server. Before we do that, let's go back to the TryHackMe page and make sure that we still have time. We need to update the time on these targets on these servers, otherwise they'll shut down after the time runs out. Add an extra hour. Okay, so typically what I like to do on these type of targets is we want to figure out what kind of software is running on the target. So we can replace whoami with whatever command we want. So in this case, so at this point we're fairly certain that the web server is running PHP. And if it's running PHP, then we could potentially upload a... No. I don't care about PHP at this point. Okay. What we're gonna do is we're gonna upload a binary that's going to open up a reverse shell for us. So to create the binary that opens up the reverse shell for us, we're gonna go ahead and make it over here. Okay, so we're going to use the forbidden program called the Venom over here to create a binary that opens up a shell to this particular IP address on this port. That's called reverse.elf. So the one thing we need to do is we need to make sure that we've got the right IP address. So this IP address is going to be our attacker machine IP address. So to get our attacker machine IP address, we need to reference the interface we're using. We're using ton0, which means that this is the IP. Just going to copy that, and we're going to plug it into the lhost parameter here. Okay. Then we create the binary. So after that's done, we have a file. It's called reverse.elf. This is a Linux binary that when run, it's going to create a connection to our attacker machine. So from here, what we need to do is we need to host this file, and we need to make the server, the vulnerable server, download this file and then execute it. Okay, we're just going to name this one localhost services. And what we can do is we can stand up a temporary HTTP server using Python. So Python m HTTP server 80. Okay, so everything inside the directory here, the temp directory, is available on our IP address through a web page. Tarek Web. Hello, nice to see you here. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Welcome to the HackerFrogs. Let's give you a hack the planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Okay, so now that we're hosting the file, we can use RCE to force the vulnerable application to download the file and then execute it. So the way we're going to do it is like this. Actually, before we do that, we need to get our IP address one more time. We're going to make the server communicate with our HTTP server on this address, and we're going to make it download reverse.elf. Guaffy says garbage. Garbage? what garbage are we talking about? Oh, garbage. Yeah. Hack the planet. They're whatever. They're like downloading the garbage file. Is there a garbage file? Okay, so this is what we're gonna make the application download. Copy this. Go back to Burp Suite. Okay, oops, sorry, we're still doing popen. Okay, so first of all, we need to know what program that the server is going to be using to download our file. So we need to figure out if it has wget, which is a common Linux command that we use to download files. So user bin wget. So this means that the wget binary does exist on the server, and we can force the server to download our file using wget. So you're just going to go in here, wget our reverse.elf file, send the request, and then nothing comes back. So nothing comes back, but what we can do is we can just confirm that the file downloaded. Actually, there's a couple of ways we can confirm that the file downloaded. So the first way is to go over to our web server, and that we see that the web server was interacted with, and it did, somebody did download the reverse.elf file. The other thing we can do is we can just confirm it using using RCE. We'll just do ls-la to get the contents of the server or the directory. So we see here that there's reverse.elf, it's sitting right over here, and all we need to do is make the file executable and then execute it. So before we do that, we're gonna set up a listener to catch the reverse shell connection. So we're gonna do rlwrap netcat and listen on port 443, and this is gonna listen for the incoming connection from the vulnerable server. So after the binary runs, it's gonna connect us to the vulnerable server, and then we'll have direct shell access. Okay, and first we need to make the thing executable. So chmod 777 on reverse.elf. Run that command, and then just run reverse.elf from here. Artifact says, what is rlwrap before the netcat command? Yeah, so rlwrap is a really fun wrapper program, and I'll talk about what it does in just a sec. Okay, so rlwrap is it's a better way to do like simple netcat connections. rlwrap, it's basically a wrapper program that lets you it gives your netcat shell a little bit more functionality. And actually wait, there's a GitHub page over here. Let's copy that. We'll look at it briefly for here. So what it is, rlwrap is a wrapper that uses the GNU readline library to allow comfortable editing and recalling of keyboard input for their commands. There are many other readline wrappers around, such as RLFE and SOCAT, but rlwrap can be especially useful for those who need to use user-defined completion by way of completion wordless. So basically the way we're using it is we're using it to enhance the netcat shells, which notoriously have very limited functionality. So readline, yeah. So it enables us to move around inside of the terminal line, which we normally wouldn't be able to do. It also gives us a terminal history, which is something else that we're not able to do if we're using a regular netcat shell. Okay, so yeah, whoops. Okay, hold on. So we've got our netcat listener running on port 443 with rlwrap, and then we're going to go back in and we're going to run the reverse.elf binary. So when we send this request, it doesn't resolve. The reason why it doesn't resolve is because it's in the middle of a process. So here we see we've received a connection from the vulnerable server. We ask, who am I? We're the Asriel user. So what we want to do is we want to use some programs to upgrade our shell even further. So we can do Python command, import pty, pty.spawn, some bin bash. Okay, awesome. So we're in. So we're in the chatbot server directory, and so the reason why we like rlwrap is that rlwrap gives us access to command history, so we can do up and down. It also gives us access to moving inside of the lines. If we were using a regular netcat shell, we would not have these capabilities. Okay, so from here, we need to do what's called privilege escalation. So privilege escalation is basically getting extra privileges beyond what the regular user has. So this user, Azriel, I'm assuming Azriel is an admin on the system because they have the lowest user ID number, which is 1000. Unfortunately, we don't know Azriel's password, which means we can't get their sudo. We can't figure out whether or not they have sudo permissions on the system or not. So what we need to do is we need to search around the system and figure out where the system is vulnerable, and then upgrade our access. So sometimes there's stuff in the op directory, sometimes there's stuff in the temp directory. So we're now, hold on, let's rename this tab. Remote access. So we're now on the web server. We're on the web server machine with local access, or remote access, I guess. Okay, so this is, I'm assuming that Azriel is the only other normal user on the system. We can check by accessing the etc password file. Oh, there's RabbitMQ. So okay. The name of the box is called Rabbit Store. Where is it? It's over here. So this one's called Rabbit Store. Demonstrate your web application testing skills and the basics of Linux to escalate your privileges. So script is another good way to upgrade without using Python. Yeah, sometimes Python's not there, so you're gonna have to use the script command. But yeah, usually, I mean, I grew up, I quote unquote grew up using the Python shell upgrade command, so I've got it memorized. What are we doing from here? So the privilege escalation vector might have something to do with the Rabbit over here, because they reference it, RabbitMQ messaging server. And I wonder, is there netstat? There is netstat. Okay, so we can use netstat to figure out what connections exist on the machine. So there's port 8000. There's a few different ports. So there's port 15672. I don't know what's happening there. I don't know what's happening on port 8000 or 5672. Oh, okay. There might be Python is running on port 8000, so that might be... Okay, so we got a bunch of other ports that are not available from the outside. We also have some UDP ports. 4369. I need to figure out... Yeah, I think this was the MQ thing as well. We can figure this out over here. So the machine is called, what is it called? Cloud site.thm, right? And we can run some nmap on specific ports and get the versioning number and common scripts. So the ports we're looking at are going to be 4389, Okay, and this is closed. 4306969. Okay. What service is it? Erlang Port Mapper Daemon. Okay, so Erlang Port Mapper Daemon nodes Rabbit. So Rabbit, the name of the box is Rabbit, so I've got a really sneaking suspicion that this is the way we need to do our privilege escalation. The other thing, I wonder if there are other networking tools on this box as well. So which nmap? There's no nmap. Which? The other thing we could do is we could potentially set up a what is it called? What is it called when you? It's called port something. It's when you access ports on a remote machine through your local machine. Gosh darn it! What is the term called? Port forwarding. Thank you, Cybernerd Dante. Thank you. Port forwarding. So if we can set up some port forwarding on the system, then we can scan these other internal ports through nmap. So I got one right. No worries, no worries. I'm sure you get a lot right. I'm sure you get a lot right every day. So if we wanted to access the... So Erlang, actually, I think they mentioned something about this particular port on Hacktricks. So Hacktricks is one of these websites we like to use. Hacktricks. This one right here. And then we can search for whatever we want. Where? Where? Here it is. Okay, so pentesting Erlang Port Mapper Daemon. So I think they mentioned something about a special file, Erlang cookie. If you can leak the authentication cookie, you can execute code in the host. Okay, local connection. In this case, we're going to abuse CouchDB to escalate privileges locally. So let's see. The other thing that we could be looking at right now is we could be looking at... Hold on. The other thing we could be looking at right now is we could be looking at the database stuff. So there are, I mean, every application that logs people in has is running a database. So we got cloudsite.thm and storage.cloudsite.thm. If there's going to be database files, they might be in the storage.cloudsite.thm site. Storage.cloudsite.thm. Okay, and then we got our node modules, we got our EPM. Gackham Sternblade says EPMD runs on port 4369, which is Erlang's port mapper daemon. Yeah. I was thinking about maybe collecting some database credentials before investigating, because I'd really like to be able to get an SSH connection with Asriel. Actually, wait. The first thing I want to figure out is if we are allowed to log in with SSH on this server or not. SSH Asriel at, what was it? cloudsite.thm. Password. Okay, they're looking for a password. we don't know the password. But the good thing is that we are allowed to log in using passwords with SSH. So one thing that we could run on the target is we could run something called suforce. Actually, yeah. So the tool is called suforce. It's a script that that abuses the SU binary. Suforce. So it basically does a brute force attack to try to log in as a particular user. So you could use it against the root user. We're going to try to use it to get the password for... Guaffy says, now it's all green. Where's the ZHS? ZHS? Sorry, what is ZHS? So suforce is it's a script we can use. Let's go ahead and copy the raw file. I guess we could move it. We could move it directly to the thing as well, because we're already hosting something over here. So let's see. Nano suforce. How do you spell that? Paste in the code for the script. The bash scripts, I am confused. The bash scripts. Oh. Hold on. The other thing we could check is we could check the, if there's anything interesting in this user's home directory. So we have access as the user. Bash history, we don't have access to this. We got Snap and we got chatbot server as well. I wonder if there's anything, if there are any messages on the chatbot server that, you know, we could look at. So chatbot server. So there's just the chatbot.py script. So the chatbot.py script, it seems like it's not really all that important. But you know what? Let's move back into Azrael's directory. We'll upload the suforce script. And before we do that, Graphic says pardon. I'm not exactly sure what you're talking about, Guaffy. Let me. Could you elaborate? Okay, let's upload the script. Okay, it's done. And it's here. We just need to make it executable. So the other thing we need to do with this script is we need to supply a list of passwords. El Mexicant, hey, nice to see you here. What is up? Welcome to the stream. Here's some Nyan Cat. Just for you. Okay, so we're just gonna create a list that we're going to use for fuzzing. I don't know, let's do like 5,000 words from the Rocky list. So let's see, head 1,000 words from user share word lists rocku.txt and redirect it to rshort.txt. Okay. Not much, just done with some CTFs. My brain is feeling pretty drained. Might as well screw around in games, mess around with the terminal. No worries. Neems, hello, nice to see you here, Neems. Neems, what are you doing these days? What are you doing these days? I remember you were messing around with some virtual machines like a few weeks ago when I last checked in. But how's your cybersecurity journey going? Let us know. Okay, so I think we're serving all this stuff over here. We're gonna upload this file as well. Whoops, we need to wget that. Okay, so we can just run the script, suforce. So we need to run it like this. So user and word list. So suforce. I'll try Azriel's password first, then I'll try root's password. So user Azriel, word lists are short. Thanks for asking. I've been doing some personal projects in my home lab. I forgot what I asked you in Discord. I think you were having troubles with one of your virtual machines. It was having trouble starting up, but I'm assuming that you've resolved that. Okay, so we're gonna redirect that to a file called aspass, and we'll run that as a process. Okay, so while that's running, there's some other stuff that we could be looking at as well. Like I said, I'd really like to be able to get an SSH session as the Azriel user. There's no SSH key in here, so we might be able to create an SSH key, right? Okay, so if I wanted to create an SSH key, I kind of forget how to do that. Well, might as well look it up. Linux create SSH key, no passphrase. Okay, enter the file in which you want to save the key. Enter passphrase empty for no passphrase. So just do SSH keygen. Let's give it a try. Okay, so this should be a key. Your public key has been saved, your private key has been saved. So all we need to do is we need to create a Okay, password 1000. I thought there was more than 1000 in the list. Darn. Okay, so let's go into .ssh. We got IDRSA and RDRSA.pub. So this is Azriel's SSH private key. Just copy all this and we can create our own on our attacker machine. Okay, that's done. Oh, we got an ad running on Twitch. Okay, we'll run an ad on YouTube. And we will put on the birds. I love the birds. We haven't done this one yet. Here are some woodpeckers. We'll be back in about 45 seconds. Alright, put the birds away, get back to the hacking. So what were we doing? We're creating an IDRSA key that we can use to log in as the Asriel user. So if we have a real SSH session, then we could potentially do some port forwarding with some well-known tools. Okay, so chmod 600 IDRSA, and then we can try to log in. So SSH IDRSA Asriel at cloudsite.thm. Why are they asking for the password? Hold on, it is -I, right? I just need to check. SSH with private key command. Yeah, it's -I. So path to your private key. Yeah. Oh, I think I might need to add the public key. Or let's see. Do I need to add something to the known host file? So this is the SSH directory. I need to add known hosts, or add the public key to known hosts, right? idrsa.pub. Turd Ferguson, hello, nice to see you here. I haven't seen you around in a while. Public key on the target. So my public key. So my public key is known hosts, right? Echo out something to known hosts. And I need to get my user's SSH public key. Okay, there's known hosts. Authorized keys. Authorized keys. Okay. Not known hosts. It's authorized keys. Authorized keys. And we want to do... I think it's... Is it the contents of this or something else? Sorry, too many jelly beans, no worries. Okay, so we populated authorized keys with the public key over here. And let's see if we can log in now. And we're in. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Yeah, thanks for the advice, Turd Ferguson. Very much appreciated. Okay, let's rename this. We're gonna call this SSH session. Okay, so now that we've got a real SSH session, we don't need this reverse shell. We're just gonna kill it. And oh, we can do SSH shuttle, SS shuttle, right? Okay, let's get out of here. So actually we don't necessarily need to. Okay, we can log in here, and then we can do an SS shuttle connection for port forwarding. Oh, it's not installed? It's not installed. Okay, let's install it. So I haven't done any port forwarding in a long time. Let's see if I can get SS shuttle working for us. S shuttle, let's call it a cheat sheet. S shuttle and chisel. So does anybody here do a lot of port forwarding? I practiced doing port forwarding like a while ago, but it's been a long time. Using public key authentication. Okay. Yep. Okay. All right. So it's Azrael at what is it called? This thing's called cloudsite.thm. So SSHI path to private key. SSHI IDRSA. Never used S shuttle, but lots of forwarding. Almexcan says I've done it a few times, but I'm far from an expert. Every time I do port forwarding, I have to refer to previous boxes where I did port forwarding. This is where my documentation comes in handy. Okay, let's see. Network/mask is not a valid address network. Okay. Hold on. Network net mask. So I want to see some examples. Actually, wait. I'm pretty sure I've got some example net S shuttle commands in my write-ups. So I'm just going to look at my write-ups right now. Okay, so we got our... Dang, this music's good. Okay, I've got my command for... Reminds me of the Cyberpunk 2077 opener. This is the soundtrack. This is the exact soundtrack I'm playing right now. Game Boy, hey! Haven't seen you in a while. What is up? Nice to see you here. Okay, so this is a Matrix rave party. Yep, that's what we're doing. Okay, so this is the command over here. My blinking cursor seems to have disappeared. If anybody knows what I need to do to make it reappear, let us know. As rail cloudsite.thm. Okay, so we need to specify the network. I finished all the achievements for it. Awesome. Okay, and then we just need to specify the network range. What's the network range for this machine? So this machine is this one right here. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this, go back, delete all this. Okay, so connected to server, this means that we should be able to we should be able to access Asriel at cloudsite.thm as if it were try Control and Alt or F3 or F1. F3, F1, doesn't quite work. Let's try another. Okay, this is my SSH session. This is my remote access. Just call this remote SS shuttle. And Control and Alt and F3. Control and Alt and F3. Nope, not here. Okay, Control Alt 7 to get back. Control. Oh, you know what? I think I got it. Yeah, I've got my cursor again. Great. Just needed a little reset. Thanks, guys. Okay, so we should be able to access this as if we're on the local host now. So we can nmap this thing now. So what ports do we want to investigate? So we want to run it on T4, very verbose. We just need to get a list of ports. Netstat. So it's port, oh, this one over here. What is this port? Wait, this is on all interfaces. 25672. That's weird. Okay, this is filtered unknown. Filtered unknown. That's Okay, so we should also be able to access the internal ports. So internal port 3000. Let's just hit 3000 just to make sure this works. Filtered. It shouldn't be filtered. Wait, what am I doing wrong? S shuttle should be connected. Or maybe we should access localhost? I don't think that's going to work because it's just going to be our own localhost. We've got S shuttle connected here. Okay, let me just do a little research. S shuttle. Forward all ports. Forward all ports using S-Shuttle, you can leverage its ability to forward an entire network or subnet. Okay, do we have a command? Toward all traffic destined for only that specific IP through the SSH tunnel. Since you configured this on the remote server to point to itself, any connections from your local machine will be routed through S-Shuttle, making all the ports accessible. Yeah, well, I mean, now that we're connected, everything should be routed through when we access this this IP address. But for some reason, it's not really working. So another local only port is 5672. Let's try fuzzing that port. So it's 5672 or 8000. Test a single port with Netcat Rabbit MQ. So this all comes back as filtered. I thought I'd be able to run Nmap like regularly after I connected the S-Shuttle. Turd Ferguson says /17 is huge. Yeah, it really is. But I don't think, I mean, we're only dealing with one host. The Rabbit MQ port. Okay, so Rabbit MQ port. Which port is it? It is 5672. 5672. Okay, maybe I should be a little more serious about this. 5672 local. So which netcat? There is netcat. Local hosts 5672. Okay, it doesn't want to do it. 5672. Let's see what Hacktrick says about this. 5672. This is AMQP. AMQP. Okay, so let's see. What is this? So RabbitMQ is a message queuing software known as a message broker or queue manager. Okay. Enumeration, manual. Thank you very much for following Vast Asynchronicity. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Thank you very much for the follow. You're now HackerFrog. Okay, so import AMQP. I don't think we've got this on our... I don't think we have this library on our host, do we? Hold on. Python 3 import AMQP. Wait, what was the AMQP? Okay, not found. So this module doesn't exist. Okay, what else does it say? Automatic, we can run Nmap. Capabilities, confirm, publisher confirms. Brute force, AMQP protocol brute force. Other RabbitMQ ports. Shodan. So, Okay. So I think what I want to do in this case, I guess I could just do like a port forward, right? So port forward my 5672 to that port's 5672. Do you have an Nmap script? Yeah, yeah. So let me figure out how to do the regular port forwarding first. So we could use S shuttle. How about regular port forwarding? SSH port forwarding. Port forwarding, and I guess we need to do it with private key, with SSH key. Port forwarding with private key. Local port forwarding with private key. Local port forwarding allows you to access a service on a remote network from your local machine as it was running locally. So we just need to run this command. I think it might just be SSH with capital L, okay? So, I mean, we're not running SSH server, SSH shuttle in this case. So, SSHI, path to your private key. Gosh darn it, I lost my blinker again, my blinking icon. ID RSA. Local port, so it's 5672. Remote host, remote port. So the remote host is cloud site.thm. The remote port will be 5672. And the user is going to be Azrael. Azrael at SSH server. That's also going to be cloudsite.thm. You could do it that way, but it better to do it non-interactive and run it as a job. I think be better to do it non-interactive and run it as a job. Okay, so I just created another session. Local port forwarding, local host, remote host, user, SSH server. Remote port forwarding allows a service on your local machine to be accessed from the remote network as if it was running on the SSH. I think this might be more what I want to do, because I want to run my nmap on my local machine and then run it. I think you want localhost. Oh, okay. So I just got the thing. So I want to run. Oh. Hate this. Okay, so what my IP address on this network is what? 10.6 something something something. Okay, so that's... You want to do N for no command execution and F for execute job in the background. Oh, yeah. Alright. Let's just add that stuff to the end. F, N. Okay, so now that that's running, then we can start running our nmap commands, right? Now it says it's closed. Oh, I want to use localhost. Localhost instead of the actual IP address. Using your ton 0 IP. Okay. Cannot listen to port 5672. Do I have? I mean, I'm pretty sure I don't have 127001 if you really want an IP. The other method you can do is just simply use -D. Just proxy chain. I mean, Nmap in particular doesn't like proxy. Actually, Nmap doesn't like port forwarding in general. Maybe I should be using SS shuttle in this case. Did he kill the other process? Okay, so let's take a look at our processes. Oh yeah, we still have other processes running on this thing. Let's kill these other processes then. You can do multiple processes at once, right? Can't do 2. Oh, okay. No such process. Okay, did it do the other one as well? No such process. Let's take a look at the processes again. Okay, so yeah, so we don't have any of those SSH things working anymore. Done. Okay. Maybe I should be more specific with what I want to do. SS shuttle to run Nmap. So SS shuttle for pivoting with Nmap scans. This is what I want to do. It's probably holding it up. So rerun that with -F and N and L. Oh, okay, I'll give it a try. Rerun the thing with, what was it? F and N and -L. So we got -L, we've got -F, and we've got -N. Okay, it ran, and then we try running our Nmap scan. Now it's closed. Actually, let's do cloudside.thm. Maybe it's not resolving properly. Nope, it's still. Make sure you sudo it and nmap against the localhost. Oh, we're doing localhost, right? Because we've connected our port 5672 to their 5672. Okay, yeah, now it came back. Awesome. Okay. So it's cluster name rabbit at Forge. We need to make sure that the name of the host is called Forge for some reason. So this is the version of RabbitMQ. This might be vulnerable to something. We should probably check. So run the exploit. Whoops. RabbitMQ. No results. We can also search for this in, on the internet in general. Okay, and is there a vulnerability? Don't think I see anything. Oh, I mean, this is not the same version. 3.9.13. Okay. So let's go back to the guide over here. So basic information, okay. Default port enumeration. Automatic, we can run it with yeah. We got all this information here from Nmap. How could we brute force this? Protocol brute force. What would it get us? Active MQ, rapid MQ. So, what is Legba? sounds like some joke you would tell. So username admin, password data. I don't even know what this is. Docker stuff. Okay. So manual enumeration, we got our automatic enumeration here. Let me take a closer look at this. Publisher confirms, cluster name. What can we do with this information though? I've never tested against RabbitMQ before, so I have no idea what kind of information we're looking for. Once again over here. Yeah, nothing nothing immediately jumping out. You know what? Okay. I'll try to put the default username and password. Default username and password. What do we? Okay, so for RabbitMQ, what program do we use to interact with it normally? Okay, let's just try asking the AI. I am pen testing the RabbitMQ service. What program / tool is used to interact with it normally? curl. Hostname 15 in the browser. 15672. 15672. Wait, what? One 15672. Yeah, I mean that's another port, but I'm not too sure what it's running. I guess we could also nmap this thing as well, but we would need to disconnect our connection, our port forwarding with the other one. You've got an SSRF to pull stuff too. Server-side request forgery, yeah. I wonder if this is some so this is localhost. So do we have curl? We do have curl. Okay, so we can try curling this to see if it's an actual. It's a web page. Wow, lots of stuff to discover on this box, huh? All right. So this one is localhost 15672, and oh, it's the web service for RabbitMQ. Okay, I didn't know about that. 15672. This is running localhost. I guess if we port forwarded this, we could probably see this in the web browser. The stuff I see here, actually, yeah, that's true. That's true. Okay, let's go back, and we'll break the previous port forwarding. Where is it? Yeah, this one. We can break this. Kill. Sudo kill. 8509. And then we can just connect some different ports. So the port was, I think, this one. You can probably inspect the JS files before you go over there. Then again, I'm installing the API brain from the first login. No worries. Okay, so this port here. Okay, so this is connected now, so we can just go to localhost, this port here, and then we can see the web page. Time to brute. Is it brute time? Is it? RabbitMQ username password. Login failed. Yeah, it might be time to start brute forcing this thing. With Hydra, maybe with Hydra. So RabbitMQ, are there default passwords? Default username password for RabbitMQ is guest. Admin password guest. We could try guest. We can try admin password. And try admin. Admin administrator. Or admin user test. Okay, so we don't know. Admin Forge. Forge is the name of the host. RabbitMQ. Okay, it's not as easy as just let's see. I wonder if there's a module inside of the forbidden platform here. So at RabbitMQ, like some sort of tool. Okay, so there's a login and there's a version. So login, check scanner, version scanner. Oh man, it's so bumping. What do we need here? So our port, the target port. It's not the right. Well, I mean, I want to do the. The problem here is I don't know the if I could get like a username at first, I would feel a lot better about brute forcing. But if I don't have username admin, so strongly recommended to change the default guest credentials immediately. They pose a major security risk. Okay. Guest, but it's probably not guest. It's probably like admin something. Let's go back. Here, rabbit. Actually, let's reload the page. Guest. Login failed. Admin. Password. Administrator. Okay, so the other thing we could do is we could search for credentials on the server. Because we've got our SSH session here. Oops. And we could start looking for credentials. So find or we can grep for them. So grep recursive for the pattern rabbit MQ. It's gonna return a lot of stuff. Actually, Asriel is a pretty unusual string. We could start looking for Asriel's password as well. What about code Mintu B Spice? Hello. What about code injection on the login browser? Yeah, I mean we could always try some SQL injection. So we could find out first if there's some sort of login failed. Login failed. It doesn't look like there's an SQL injection here. So we're looking for Asriel. It's a pretty unusual name. Pattern, insensitive. Pattern, Asriel. We'll redirect this to asriel.txt or just as.txt. Run in the background. Okay, looks like this person is all over the place. Israel. Is Israel and Asriel the same thing? I don't know about that. Okay, so maybe looking for this user is a bit much. What about looking for Rabbit MQ? Input file is also the output. Wait, am I doing something not so great here? Okay, so I wonder where the RabbitMQ server is actually running from. Because there's only 2 listed websites. Sounds similar, just a joke. No worries, no worries. So I wonder where the website files would be hosted. Okay, so normal tools for RabbitMQ is RabbitMQ built-in CLI admin tool. Does this exist? RabbitMQ CTL? Oh, it does exist. So we could potentially use this. What is user.txt? That's just a flag. We got the flag last time. RabbitMQCTL node timeout long names. RabbitMQ admin. Only root or RabbitMQ should run RabbitMQCTL. Okay. RabbitMQ admin, HTTP API CLI tool, interacts with the RabbitMQ management plugin. So the other thing we should probably see if we have any special groups. I don't think we've got a special group in this case. RabbitMQ admin. Action not specified. So it looks like we can run this. Connect using username, connect using password. I mean, if we can use these tools, Okay, and then the management web UI. It's available at this place. Default username and password is guest. Tools testers commonly used for enumeration, sure. Nmap with AMQTP scripts. But the correct intended tool is this. Okay, so back here, we enumerated using the Nmap script. Cluster name is Rabbit@Forge. It didn't necessarily give us any information that we can really use here. We could potentially log in with the web terminal over here if we knew what the password was. What I'd really like to do is I'd like to go to the websites. So cloudsite.thm probably doesn't have anything super important. Yeah, I don't see anything super important here. Unless there's something hidden in the assets directory. I don't think there is. No. Why is there a bat file in here? That's weird. Config c scss.bat. This is referencing some sort of Windows file. Okay, I don't need to care too much about this. So the storage website. Oops. Register.html. JavaScript. This isn't anything we need to worry ourselves too much with either, unless there's something special in these node modules. Node modules 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I don't think so. There's also no there's no MySQL operating on the target. I don't think so. Netstat. There's this stuff here. Port 8000 is probably a website as well. So if we curl localhost 8000, method not allowed. The method is not allowed for the requested URL. Sickly Mind says RabbitMQ uses Erlang. Wait, didn't Nmap say it was on a node? Nmap says RabbitMQ cluster name Rabbit at Forge. I don't know if there's anything super relevant here. Did you pass that info into ChatGPT? No, not yet. Maybe I can do that now. Okay, so I have this info from, what was it? From Nmap scripts about the RabbitMQ service. MintDBSpice says, were there any Python files, maybe a .env secret stored somewhere in the API key or the passkey? We could start looking for that. Version information. Determining vuln range. 3.9x had several misconfig auth-related issues, but nothing RCE level for unauthorized users. Determining clustering naming conventions may reveal host names and distributed setups. Capabilities list. RabbitMQ control? Yeah, we've got access to that tool. Is the RabbitMQ Erlang port open? So well, I mean, what's open? I think this is the Erlang port right here, 4369. and it's open to but I'm not too sure how we pen test against it. I think they mentioned some sort of a special file. There was a special file that that the Erlang daemon uses. Let's go back. So the port we're looking for is 4369. So it's located in Erlang cookie. So I mean, I don't know if I've got access to this file or not. We should check. Erlang cookie exists, so maybe we should read it. Is this a directory? Oh, it's a hidden file. Okay, I mean, this is the cookie, but if we have the cookie, what can we do with it? If you can leak the authentication cookie, you might be able to execute code on the host. Usually this cookie is located here, generated by Erlang at the first start. It is not modified or set manually. It is a random string of 20 characters. So we run ERL cookie yearly cookie ERL. We can start an Erlang shell on the remote system. So ERL is the command. Erlang shell. I have no idea what we're doing inside of the Erlang shell. Abort with Control G. Switch user command. What are we doing here? Uh-oh. Get me out of here. Okay, so they want what? Earl, your cookie, name something something, and remote shell. So I mean, this would be able to get us some sort of Okay, I should probably get going. It's getting pretty late. I need to have dinner. But let's talk about what we're doing next. So today is Monday. No, today's Wednesday. The next stream is going to be on Friday, the 14th. We're going to be doing some leak coding. We're going to be doing our first cryptography session over at HackerFrogs AfterSchool. And thank you very much to Aaron Rahman for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. We're going to be doing some binary hacking demos, and then we're going to be doing the bootcamp network over at Standoff 365. Second in mind, have you gotten around to trying out Standoff 365 and checking out the bootcamp network yet, or not? Let me know. I think I might be able to do the bootcamp network with our good friend OreoByte. We might be able to do a collab stream on Friday. Okay. So yeah, that's what we're going to be doing on the next stream. Please look forward to that, and let's talk about who we're going to be raiding. InfoSec Streams. Great to see you, the Shy Hat. Thank you. Thank you very much for coming by, Game Boy. Yeah, nice to see you here again. BlazeBits. Let's see what BlazeBits is up to. We love to raid into our good friends over at InfoSec Streams, other streamers, other go to stream. Have a good night. Hey, thank you very much, Aaron Rahman. Okay, so BlazeBits is doing cybersecurity news and Q&A, so let's go raid into BlazeBits' channel. Yeah, so raid BlazeBits. Okay, so we'll be back on Friday. Please go ahead and say hi to BlazeBits. Give this message, OS Frog, Hip Hop Hack, OS Frog, and I would really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Okay, everybody, next stream's on Friday. Everybody, HackerFrogs out in 3, 2, 1.